to the battlefield, please don't want to change. My body's on the table, find a song his age. Greatest time starting, never walk the land. You never need this man, you'll surely understand.
Huh? Oh, noodle. Danger noodle.
Big fucking danger noodle.
That is a big danger noodle. Oh, at least they caught it.
That's a big danger. Fuck that big.
Hey, yeah. And crazy enough, they get bigger than that too. That's like, what, 11, 12 footer? They can get to like 15, 20 feet even. Those fuckers, anacondas, boas.
It's a boa.
Yeah, boas can get pretty fucking big.
Look at the size of that egg.
Yeah, that can eat a toddler.
Fuck danger noodle.
My goodness. Just a small one. I like small danger noodles. Small ones are cute. They're cute noodles. The small one, you can get like little like banana boas and stuff. Why there? I hate I wouldn't want to go there. If you want a snake, you can get one here too. Yeah, you could. I'm sure there's other places besides Florida that you could go to. Well, I'm pretty sure there's other states you could go to get one. Oh my god. Zukov! Hey! Come here, boy! Boofs. Boofsman. Zukov, you little boofsman. Hey! Bro! Dude, my guy! Hi, dude. This damn dog. Fucking absurd ass little mud. Crazy boy. It's nice little boat loaded up. There we go. Sweet. Damn. God damn, dude. Got this gnarly burn from yesterday, and now it's just itchy. Ah. It doesn't hurt, it just itches now. Well, do these like tiny minor burns itch at a certain point? Because, I mean, this straight up is an oil grease burn. So I figured that's probably, you know, it's like a side effect of it, I guess. It happens to me, honestly. Where I get like such small burns where they're just like red and discolored and that's it. Like, at a certain point, it just itches. I'm guessing that's just how they are. But like, they're definitely annoying. Definitely not a fan of it. Kind of see what's happening for the tube. See what type of shit's happening. Definitely something interesting. Deranged debate. Police versus criminals. Oh boy, dude. I definitely want to check that out for sure. I'm sure that one's got some curiosity going on there. And, oh, and I guess there was, like, that whole, like, debt thing I was going to want to look into. I suppose I'll only do that if I don't have spear. If not, then fuck it. I'm not going to worry too much about it. We'll find a situation where we do. Because a part of me just doesn't really want to, like, you know, like, delve too much into that. I want to just try to find the most quickest synopsis of that as possible. Which, unfortunately, I don't really think I'll be able to get. But, no. Fucking Rip City. Talking about like Glory Hammer lore in the group chat. I got my friends to kind of get curiously into it now. Got them into like Glory Hammer lore. Fucking love it. And because of the whole basket weaving thing, Rip City's like, oh, Zukov, you know, is weaving baskets. I thought he would have eaten it. And I'm just like, god damn it, dude. Just because like Sarcothrax also has a Z name. It's like, god damn it. Spawn to old group chat there real quick. There we go. Kill him. Swoop. Oh my god, come on. Don't be like this. Fucking. There we go. There we go. Let's try and do that. There we go. Aye, fucking now. And one more little thing. And boom. There we go. Boom. Okay, just like did not have anything in there. Boo. That boy be a cast. At least from the time keep the tunes going. Boom, 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 boom. Aye. Man, even for like a Monday today, there's not like, much happening for right now. I just have like, one little thing to look at. And a little bit later. Boo. Well, yeah, there's just like, like on a Monday, there's not much being discussed. That's some bullshit. Boo. There's, I guess, a couple things here. I found a couple of that stuff. Swoot. Cool. Montana Bandit TikTok. Oh my god. I guess Kyle Kalinske had a little take about, Montana Bandit TikTok, which, I don't even see how that would be enforceable, frankly. Or, like, even really feasibly possible, outside of just trying to, like, have ISPs that happen to be in Montana banning it. Or like prohibiting its accessibility, but I mean, how in the actual fuck is that really gonna stop people from going to it? Because things like VPNs exist. So not exactly a not exactly what I would consider personally like some sort of like, win or some sort of success. And besides, I'm pretty sure it's also very just straight up unconstitutional. And if we're gonna be like bitching about like, TikTok, like having information, like sold to like a government, at least in this case China, we should be looking into our own fucking ISPs doing that to, to the US and shit. Because they already do that to us, so. Zukov, hey! Dude! Bro, why? Oh yeah, dude. Fucking absurd ass mod. This dog is ridiculous. Just an absurd boy. And an absurd boy. If he does that again, I'm probably just gonna straight turn that fucking, and just get that door closed. Because, his boofing is annoying. His boofs are really ridiculous, at least concurrently. As they usually, honestly, always are. Dog really is an annoying mod. There we go. Get some more of this grounded up. I have a little fresh pile for us. Or at least for me. A fresh little pile for me to enjoy here. Yep. Yeah, man, I must say, why must, like, like, YouTube's notification, situation here be kind of shady? Because I notice this every now and then. I don't know if there's, like, a trick to it or something. Like every now and then, I don't know if it's, like, how I name streams or something or what, but, like, I'll have things, recommended more often, or at least, have, like, more activity, either, like, certain days and just, like, or at least, like, what just kind of feels like, like, or certain times of the week, usually. And I don't know if there's like some sort of coinkydink with it or what. Maybe I should like try to make like some sort of a note of it or something. Be like, which days happen to be more active versus not, you know, when it comes to like, you know, on my days that, you know, I do these, or at least on the nights that I do them. Because it, I mean, it kind of feels like in a way, like YouTube definitely has got like some sort of like an algorithmic like thing when it comes to maybe like time zones or some shit. Like if you happen to be uploading stuff, you know, from a certain time zone, like, you know, me being in Oregon and, you know, Pacific time zone, it's almost midnight, it's 30 till midnight. So I'm wondering, maybe that's it? Like, is there like some sort of a time zone thing for the algorithm where depending on what time zone you're in, you might not get your shit boosted just because you happen to be uploading it basically in the middle of the night, so most people that might watch you aren't going to be seeing it or something. Is that it? Which I guess that could be it, in a sense, maybe. But, I mean, shit, fuck if I know, though. YouTube is a fucking enigma. Just straight up a goddamn enigma. And it's ridiculous. But nonetheless, yeah, we push through either way. Getting that little bowl smoked up anyway. Yeah, so it's a little decompressed a bit. Ugh. I gotta fucking that. Man, work always gets me fucking sore. Ugh. Ugh. And honestly, today especially was like no exception. Like, I was just like tired today. I don't really feel tired now, but my god, like, it was like me working today, I just like was like running on like 40% power. By the time I got off, I was like, alright, I'm at like, you know, 80% power now somehow. There we go. Doc to Killer Burger C's. Tequila Burger C's. What's up, man? Oh, I just saw your fucking little response. Sorting parts. Yeah, I wasn't honestly sure. I mean, like, cause I know I was actually just kind of talking about it a little bit. Like, you know, I kind of wonder if there's like something about like the YouTube's algorithm that like, if it like, you know, doesn't necessarily like if it like boosts you depending on what like time of day you're streaming or uploading. Cause I've noticed like sometimes like when I like do the 1 hour before I go to work, you know, like when I'm having my coffee, like I'll find sometimes like those will be more like active or busier, you know, for, you know, interaction in comparison to usually in the evenings. But even with that in mind, there's like also I feel like, you know, at least especially during certain times of the day, you know, or at least not certain times of the day, but like, you know, certain times of the week, you know, for certain days, you know, there's also like not as much activity. I don't know if that's like an algorithmic thing or if there's like, you know, depending on, you know, like the stream title, maybe that might have something to do with it. Like, I mean, because YouTube is such a fucking enigma that you never really know what the fuck is really like, you know, boosting your content the most. I know this much. Frequency is one that, you know, definitely helps. YouTube actually does boost content creators that have at least a frequent, you know, uploading / live streaming basis, which I got that covered, so. But I also know that like there's like 1,001 different, you know, things anyway when it comes to like, you know, boosting your content. So I like, it's just kind of me psychologically thinking like, what's the best ways to try to like, you know, boost, you know, like my viewership, so to speak, and just on that sense. Mainly just for interaction and just kind of shooting shit case, you know, more than anything. And also, funny enough, I found out when I was recording some concert footage and stuff, from last Thursday. I found out for the band Lotharo that their song "Wings of Agony." When I looked it up, I found out my video is actually the first and pretty much only video of that particular song by Lotharo that's a live version of the song. So I kind of got the first dibs of having Wings of Agony live, as a video, for fans of the band, to check out and shit. I'm just like, dude, fuck yeah. Because I had someone comment saying, I think you're the first one that's actually had a live version of the song, and thank you for it, dude. And I'm just like, wait, really? So I looked it up earlier today, and I am. I've dead ass looked it up extensively. I even went on another account really quick just to see, and yeah, so my video is. I've actually noticed that my live version of their song has actually gotten a pretty decent amount of views in comparison to the other ones. So, and I guess I know that much. When it comes to certain subjects or topics or whatever the fuck, I mean, those obviously boost in viewership. So, a lot of the concert footage that I upload on my channel, those get a lot more views in comparison to a lot of other stuff I upload. Like the Sabaton videos I uploaded from the shows I went to there. Those got at least between 150 to 200 something views, give or take. And so far the ones I recently just uploaded from last week, they are almost at the hundreds, and at the minimal it's 20. So they're already getting pretty decent viewership on that, just considering my channel size. Plus I got good fucking songs too. I need to cut down the intro for Gloryhammer's first song, mainly because they had this kind of funny country thing going on initially, but I uploaded that part of it too, because I just uploaded the whole video unedited, and YouTube blocked it, and I think the main reason why is that it was the intro to to their band, to the band's concert, where it was playing Tallahassee or some shit like that. It was that song. It was that country song. It's Tallahassee, Gucci or some shit like that. It was that song. And honestly, it was a good song and it was funny. But I guess YouTube, saw the copyright on that and went no, because I don't understand why they was for some reason copyright Holy Hammer of the Unholy Cosmic Frost in comparison to to the rest of the songs I've uploaded. So that'd be a little odd. And plus I've played that song in the background, so I mean on these streams, so that'd be really weird. Because honestly, at least with Napalm Records, I noticed that they're pretty legitimately loose when it comes to copyright. They're pretty open about letting people play their music on their record label. So if anything, the reason why I play a lot of bands that might be from Napalm Records, that's why. Napalm Records is pretty chill about it. They're not really strict about it. Nuclear Blast is kind of a little bit. I can get away with playing their shit too, but it's a little bit more finicky. Not as much, but still a little bit. Some songs or some bands, I can't really necessarily get away with as much. But, Nightwish I probably can't get away with as much, as long as I keep it very sparse. But at least with, a lot of other, a lot of bands from Nuclear Blast, it's usually okay for the most part. I've been able to play Sabaton and shit like that before, so. It's one of the rare W's that YouTube's got. It's they've actually been pretty loose about music copyright lately. So I can actually play, Gloryhammer or Hailstorm, Sabaton, whatever the fuck, in the background and actually generally be fine. I mean, there'll still be a copyright thing on my shit, but it won't really impact anything. And it doesn't. I don't, the only time it ever does, usually, is that it will block viewership in Russia and Belarus specifically. And I think there's a reason why for that. Don't really think it takes too much pondering to understand that. So. Because I have had copyright claims where it will block it in some countries. I look at the countries and it's literally just those two countries every time. So I feel like if it wasn't for the war going on right now, I feel like, you know, most shit would actually be fine. You just make a fad review week on random ass docs. I mean, you know, like, I mean, in a sense, I mean, there is kind of like a tangential, like, weed tube thing going on with my thing. I mean, I smoke weed frequently, you know, on streams. And every now and then I'll talk about, you know, the weed that I'm smoking and shit. It's just not a predominant thing of the channel anymore. Like, it's basically just kind of like a partial, like, it's there. And if someone brings it up, and then, yeah, I'm going to talk about it, you know, and shit. But it's not like, you know, the main forte anymore. And honestly, there definitely been some people that have hung out around here. Like, I know Red Cloud, for example, he'll pop in here every now and then, pretty rarely in the chat, but he'll pop in occasionally. He's been around since the Wii Team days. And, you know, still hangs out and shit. So, I mean, there's a lot of people that have been stuck around since the Wii Tubing days and shit that are still watching me, you know, so, I mean, I think a part of it's just because, like, I still kind of have the whole weed smoking aesthetic aspect and just kind of like the whole smoke circle kind of thing going on still. Because in a way, these streams are kind of like that, especially when they get very interactive, you know, because in a way it's kind of like having a smoke circle and just chit-chat with people. Which in a way is kind of the point. I mean, it's nothing really super serious about these. They're all just meant to kind of just shoot the shit and hang out, react to stuff, and, you know, talk philosophy and politics, you know, yeah, especially, you know, when it pertains to my interests. But, you know, beyond that, just not giving much of a fuck. Sudan or South Sudan? I mean, no. No, I like, those countries never come up. It's literally just Belarus and Russia. That's it. And also, I'm pretty sure Sudan and South Sudan have, like, other shit going on for their governments to be very restrictive about shit like that, so I don't really think they'd give a fuck. And I don't think anybody is gonna be fucking watching my ass from goddamn Sudan or South Sudan. I'd actually be genuinely shocked. I've had people from Russia, Ukraine, I've had people from, Pakistan and India fucking, you know, be on my channel before and check my shit out and talk, you know, talk with me for a bit. Like, I mean, I've had people from different parts of the world, you know, just check my shit out, you know, so, and I think that's always pretty cool. I mean, sadly, most of the time, it's hard for me to, like, you know, really communicate with them, because they're usually speaking to me in another language, but, I mean, I still think it's cool, though, because it just is, you know, I just find it really cool that, you know, like, in a way, other people can, you know, from anywhere in the world could potentially be checking me out. And, you know, vice versa for me, too. And in fact, honestly, like, that's how I discovered a lot of really cool bands and a lot of really cool channels, is the fact that, like, YouTube or some other social media or somebody else would recommend me to them. Like that Indian metal band, Bloodywood. I found them out because YouTube just literally recommended me one of their videos. And I was like, huh, what's this? Clicked it, fucking banger. And I was like, god damn, let me check out some more of their songs. And I was like, holy shit, dude, it's like banger after banger, and I just been following them since. And that was like fucking 4 years ago or something. And also, like, I mean, with their newest album, with like a lot of their latest music videos and shit, I mean, they're just like fucking slaying. So, I mean, they're fucking great. Sudan's the president who Trump and Biden aspire to be. And aren't they going for a civil war right now? So there's like a military junta and there's like some other shit going on. Like I remember watching Vosh talk about that a little bit. There's like some shit going down over there. It's like one of those situations over there where, like, in the Civil War or whatever the fuck's going on, there's literally no winner, and there's no good guy. Literally nobody. Outside of, like, the Sudanese people that unfortunately have to just be victims in all of it, I mean, they're, you know, the good guys and everything, and good gals, like, you know, obviously, but beyond that, there is no good guys. Like, what's going on in Sudan right now, there's literally no good guys. They all suck. They're all horrible. Like, legitimately, they all are horrible. It's like, it got, like, paramilitary extremists, and then it got, like, a military junta state. It's like, wow. Great. It's like, amazing. And one of them, I think the paramilitary extremist groups and shit are tied with Wagner. Because they have territory that's in their hands that's controlled by Wagner, because Wagner owns some chunk of territory because of some gold mines. Because they own a gold mine over there. So, woo! Good shit. You know, it's like, there definitely can't be ramifications with that at all. Definitely not. And apparently, from my understanding, also is like partially spilt into Egypt, so Egypt's also kind of got like a eye on the situation now, which, why? Like, that's just fucking even extra. So, yeah, Sudan ain't going for, you know, anything good right now. They're going for some, you know, rough patches. To say best. That's the best way to put it. At worst, they're just literally going for, like, just fucking, just shit. Just utter shit. Unfortunately, not much they can do about it, or at least you know, the people. So, man, honestly, like that little chunk of the world and like that part of Africa, honestly, it's been kind of like, you know, getting pretty unstable. Like, cause like Ethiopia's also like got some shit going on internally. Like, for a while now, because there's, like, Eritrea and, like, some tension between, like, different, like, groups there and shit, and they've been kind of having back and forths, and that shit's been riling up again, too. Like, that whole chunk of the continent has just been kind of, like, ramping up a little bit. It's, you know, just more internally, more so than anything else, but still. It's, like, I'm sure none of this is going to be good for literally anybody at all. Especially, you know, the people that unfortunately have to just be victims of it. So, great. At least for my understanding, like, Ethiopia's situation is at least, like, a little better. In a sense that it isn't, like, totally, like, collapsed into a civil war. Or at least, again. So, I mean, at least, like, you know, the problems over there aren't, like, as severe, but, I mean, there's issues going on. I know part of it, too, is, like, you know, because, you know, they kind of want to try to push the whole damn thing, and I know we kind of talked about that, you know, not that long ago. Because, like, the part of the consequence if Ethiopia were to build a hydraulic dam on the Nile River would basically mean that Egypt gets utterly and totally fucked. But I remember, you know, like I said, we were talking about that because I remember we were looking at, like, you know, ideas of, like, basically flooding, you know, certain parts, you know, like, you know, with the Dead Sea or, like, you know, some parts of the Sahara. Which, I mean, honestly could be possible, like, legitimately, but it would just be a patch, you know, considering the circumstances, but still would actually at least be a legitimate, like, incremental positive, you know, outcome. It's just a matter of how long will that last, more so than, like, you know, like, does it work, because it would. It's just how long will it work. Because, like, let's say, like, you know, flooding, you know, like, parts of the Sahara that's in Egypt, you know, so it could kind of have, like, you know, these big lakes and, you know, places to where, you know, there can actually, you know, be more farm and irrigation and shit like that, and agriculture and the whole shebang. Like, if it gets something like that, but only lasts for, like, say, I don't know, like, 2 decades, then, like, the return, you know, on doing something like that is pretty much like nothing. I mean, you pretty much haven't really done much to really help outside for maybe a single generation at most. So it's just like, I mean, it's more, at least to me, it's more about, like, you know, the long term of how well does it work. And I think, I don't know, I mean, depending on how much, I guess, gets flooded, I mean, I think it'd probably work for a while, especially if there's, like, a pipeline leading to it, then, I mean, it would be consistently fed with water, so I'd assume at least, you know, it would be something that can at least, you know, be prolonged and continue for quite a while. And at least help, you know, make some of the equilateral zone more habitable, but that doesn't exactly solve the temperature issue either, you know, so to speak. Because if it gets too hot to fucking live there, then that also doesn't really mean much either. It's like you can have that, but if it's too hot to live there, then what the fuck does it mean? Does it have an extra lake that's just, you know, creating moisture in the atmosphere, I guess? Which I suppose could be good in its own way, but still. Good moving. Where's that one little thing I want to check out? Where'd it go? Where's that one thing I want to look at? Man, I need to like have a playlist or something for me to like set things I want to look at, and you know, to just like be put aside, so I don't have to like fucking dig around and find this goddamn thing. Oh, where was it? Where the fuck did? Oh, there it is. I found it. Cool. Well, let's play out and check this other thing. Check this whole police versus criminal conversational thing. I'm pretty sure it's a Jubilee, if I remember correctly. Either that or Cut, I think. I'm just gonna want to imagine where this is gonna go. You got people formerly in the criminal system talking to people who are either current or former cops. Oh, I could only imagine how that's gonna work out. Actually, speaking of which, though, I found out like one of the local PD officers around here, straight up, was actually caught and actually put in prison too, for basically soliciting sex and shit while on the job. And from my understanding, it was a mixture of like a sexual, like unjustified use of sex while on the job, while consensual, and also unconsensual coercion of sex. It was literally like a mixture of both. So it's like there's like some chicks who were like, you know, coerce, like who were basically like, oh, can I do a certain thing to get out of the ticket? And then there was like chicks where he was like, oh, you could do this to get out of the ticket. Like it was like both going on, and he got caught doing it, you know, at a certain point. And literally got, you know, fucking put in prison for it and shit. I don't know for how long, but I heard that, you know, spread around not that long ago, a couple days ago actually. And I'm just like, damn, dude. I actually knew him too. Like, I mean, considering that he's, you know, like a cop and now in fucking jail for what he did, I don't really care about like saying his name, but like, the dude, David McVeigh is his name. Like, he fucking, like, I straight up knew this dude because he would come into my store all the time, you know, grabbing food and stuff. Actually, legit was kind of like chill to talk with because he wasn't like an aggressive asshole with anybody, like, or anything like that. But I guess he was like a fucking perv. Is that what the Market PD2 was arrested for? Yep. Yeah, it was David McVeigh. And the thing is, I knew the guy too. And also, somebody, years ago, I used to have an assistant manager in my department that, I shit you the fuck not, used to babysit him when he was a kid. So when she was working there, he would come in all the time, especially then, to hang out and talk with her and say what's up and, you know, act like some pals and shit. And that's how I got to know him. And honestly, I kind of thought, you know, because he was like someone who was born and raised in the community, knew people around, like, I honestly legit deadass thought, oh, he's like, you know, kind of a rare example of like, you know, what I would consider, you know, what should be a cop. Someone born and raised in the community, has lived here, you know, like lived in the community that they're policing and shit, you know, and knows people here, understands how people operate around it, like the whole shebang, right? Like, you know, being, you know, like, you know, in the community that they're supposed to be like enforcing the law around, right? Like that type of idea. And, you know, so I kind of thought, like, for the longest time, it was like that, because there's been times where even I've gone for some bullshit, or, you know, I'm, you know, like, you know, having, like, you know, some breakdown, whatever the fuck, and I'm yelling around, or whatever the hell, and, you know, and he'll pop in and be like, hey, what's going on, bro? And we'll just have a chit-chat, you know, for a bit, and he'll be like, alright, man, like, hey, I get it, you know, and it's like, shit's, you know, not cool, and shit's fucked up, blah, blah, blah. and all this type of shit. You know, it's like he was like a dude who was actually like, you know, like would be like at least on the surface level would be like, hey, you know, it's like I'm at least willing to hear you out and shit like that. Like again, at least what I would perceive of as like, you know, what would be considered someone who's like what should be an officer. It's like someone who lives in the community, like somebody who's for all intents and purposes not just lives there but is born and raised there and shit, and knows how, you know, the people around here are, knows the people here and shit and everything, but like motherfucker took advantage of that for his own perverted shit. Like I don't know if he was like, you know, being some sort of like corrupt guy in a sense of like, you know, implanting drugs on people and shit like that, but he was definitely taking advantage sexually. Like he was a fucking perv. He had to feel for a while, but it turned out to be bad enough for the others to even reject his ass. I mean, seriously, when it came to his like perverted like sexual antics, yeah. And the thing is, our police department's already bad enough when it comes to a lot of shit, because a lot of the quote-unquote like community born and raised type of people that I'm talking about are pretty much have been weeded out over time and shit. And, you know, whether for the fact that they just retire or the fact of for merited reasons, you know, like that shit. Unfortunately, sadly, I guess, but yeah, I mean, you know, it's like one of those situations where it's just like, I mean, now at this point, like a lot of the, you know, PD that, you know, like even I used to know around here that generally either on the surface level were at least alright or generally were alright, you know, it's just like now at this point most of them are gone, you know, and now you got these just random motherfuckers and shit that I don't recognize. I don't know who the fuck they are. I've never seen them before. For all intents and purposes, you know, they probably don't even live here. You know, and now they're like being cadets and, you know, now like, you know, police officers here and shit. And now there's like, you know, ridiculous bullshit things with like quotas that frankly at this point they just like harass the shit out of like, you know, people that, you know, like, you know, over the most meaningless of bullshit. Like, I mean, it's like over the last like decade especially, like the whole like genuine like exception of the rule to police, you know, about the Milwaukee PD has just died and gone downhill. At this point it's just dead and buried in the fucking grave. I mean, they ain't gonna go out of their way to fucking mag dump your ass, but I mean, they'll harass you and do pretty much everything else in between. It's probably the reason why one of our coworkers and one of my friends is MIA, because the guy, you know, my friend, you know, and my coworker, he doesn't have his wallet and is living out of his car right now, and you know, his wallet has a lot of his fucking information, including his license, and he's living in his vehicle and also driving around doing other stuff, you know, outside of his work life and shit. You know, that's, you know, eventually, you know, there's the unfortunate circumstances that you might likely get pulled over and might have had his shit towed or might have gotten arrested, you know, for some bullshit reasons, I would argue, frankly, but nonetheless probably might have happened. Or maybe he, you know, is now in a hospital or like an institution or something. Like, I don't fucking really know. Try googling his name. I mean, like, I don't know if I would bring too much, you know, much fruit in as in for results, but I don't know. I haven't tried it, but I guess I could give it a shot. I'm more just like worried about, like, you know, what happened with him, because I mean, especially if his shit got towed, I mean, that's pretty much like all he has left, you know. So if it got towed, that he has literally nothing else besides whatever the fucking clothes he has on his back. So it's just like, I really hope that ain't the case, but I really feel like sadly that was the case, and I can only really frankly fucking imagine, you know, what's going on with him now, you know, at that point. Like, I mean, you know, it's, you know, like, you know, even like, you know, like I've talked about before in the last couple of days, but even my management at the store are kind of worried about him a little bit. If he got arrested for some bullshit, it could have any results. Yeah, true. Alright, you know, I guess, alright, you're getting me curious enough. I'll give it a quick little gander, I guess, real quick. I'm not gonna put the screen up or anything, obviously, but... No, not that. Nothing. At least not that I can see. Yeah, I mean, I'm not... Wait, hold on. Hold on here. May's the 5th, right? Yeah, okay. Hold on. Sorted by last name. Okay, then we'll go all the way down here then. Nope. Well, as far as I could tell, at least via the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, he is not in the arrest records, which are updated as of today. Or I guess literally as of 12:01 a.m. So, yeah. There's a lot of other random fucking people. Is there actually one I might recognize? So just out of curiosity, I'm curious. Is there anyone I might recognize here? Nah, not him. From my understanding, he doesn't even live in Clack County anymore. He lives somewhere else. I forgot where, but from my understanding, Harlan told me he lives somewhere else now. Like, he moved, so. You know, I don't recognize any names. There was one name that kind of struck the bell a little bit, but I don't really think that was who I thought it was. There's someone literally named Robert Lee. At least their middle name ain't E. At least their middle name is not Robert E. Lee. Like, oh my god, that would have been really unfortunate. Someone literally named after Robert E. Lee, dude. That would have been sad. I mean, they're 2/3 named after him. But damn, dude. Well, yeah, he's like, at least from a quick glance-y look, I didn't see anything. I'm not really gonna like dig too deep right now, but you know, like on my own time, you know, so maybe tomorrow actually, you know, I'll probably, you know, look around. Fuck, I'll even like call like, you know, the office even and be like, hey, you know, just curiosity. Robert Edward Lee is probably a super common name in the South. Well, dude, this is Clackamas County though. That's what I was looking at. I was looking at the list of like the people who are like in their arrest records right now. And there was a dude literally named Robert Lee. It was like Robert something Lee. I forgot what the middle name was. It was like Chegs something. It was like Chegva or something, like Robert Chegva Lee or some shit. I don't even like, again, I don't even know, you know, what was again? Hold on, let me find it. Chenoweth. It was Robert Chenoweth Lee, so the Robert C. Lee. I just randomly blurred some random motherfucker and like the fucking Clackamas jail's name out of nowhere. It's not my fault. You know what? They have an arrest record, so their name's on a fucking public website. So you know what? Ain't my fault. Still funny, a little funny. God damn it! Fucking mutt. Fucking going off and boofing. It's only the second dude for Roblox on stream, the first being the legendary Tom Vick. Well, well, that was literally a license plate, though. The license plate literally said Tom Vick. I mean, it's not our, like, that's honestly another thing where I feel like it's not our fault. Like, if you have, like, a meme license plate like that, I mean, you're kind of asking for it to be a little public. And in fact, I mean, there is a little bit of an implicit sense of it wanting to be public in that way. Like, if you get, like, a custom, like, license plate where it says, like, Tom Vick or some other random shit, you know, like, 420, you know, yeah, like, I don't know, like, you know, like, 420, you know, like, 69 or some shit, I don't fucking know, like, literally any random thing. Like, if you're having a custom license plate where you're wanting something else besides, like, the 3 letters and the 3 fucking numbers, or however they work in your country and shit, oh my god, it's getting annoying. Like, I mean, if you're getting one of those things where it's custom, you're kind of asking for it to be kind of public a little bit, because you want people to look at it. I mean, because you're getting, like, a unique, you know, plate that isn't just a stereotypical plate. I mean, honestly, I'd get a custom license plate personally myself. I'd do it. I would have it like something metal related, frankly. And no, I wouldn't have a stereotypical 666 in there either. I have something else. I just don't know what. I haven't thought about it, so. What's like the maximum, like, space that you can use? Well, Haas has a custom plate. You can probably guess what it says. YIF. Does it have YIF in it? Or like furry for life or some shit? Is it like something furry related? Is it like YIF in hell or something? Like what? I'm curious. Like, I mean, I think I might have gotten it already, but I just want to make sure. Does it have anything to do with YIF, furries, or like furry for life, something like that? Or you're overthinking it? I'm overthinking it? Okay. Well, okay, maybe, okay, well, I don't know then, okay, now I'm really overthinking it, alright, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to guess it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming it's furry related, right? Like, I'm assuming that much. Actually, you probably can't necessarily say it's just Wahat's. That's literally just what it said. Oh my god, it literally is just his fucking, like, persona name. Well, it is technically furry related because it's his persona name, Wahat's. That, well, there you go. Alright. I was overthinking it, but I will admit, it was something I, frankly, personally, I don't think I would have guessed. I mean, I wouldn't have a license plate literally just simply called Ignar, at least for me. I mean, if it was going to be anything dog related, it'd probably just literally be like Husky, you know, and then, I don't know, like 97 or some shit, like my birth year. I mean, if I want like a number in there, I usually just either go with like 11 or 97 or there's like another number code or like 1701, which is literally just like the service number for the USS Enterprise and Star Trek. So I'm a fucking nerd, but to be fair, I also like nerd out over goddamn like metalhead lore, so there's also that. Oh, it's too far away. I'll grab it yet. Ooh. Oh, god damn, that felt good. Okay, get the wrists. Nope. I was hoping I could. Damn. Can't get that either. Shit. Couldn't get everything popped. Oof. Boom. Oh my god, dog. Jesus. Yeah, you know what you want. You want this beef? You want the meats? You're not doing good with bobbing your head. You want these other meats? Come here. We gotta get over here. Come on. Oh. Goof. I was hoping he would just walk away with that. Yeah, I was just really hoping he would walk away with that. Yeah, can you go in out? Yeah, thank you. Goofy little dog. Jesus. What a goofball. Boop. Gotta give him a little boop. There. Goddamn. Man, I lost that goddamn fucking clip again. Oh no, let me try to find it here again. Where did that go? I'm gonna have it ready for once the song's over. Well, okay, found it again. You know what? Just in case for some reason it disappears again, I want to make sure it's on my watch later. So I can at least have somewhere I can fucking look at it. Because hey. Where are you going, Zooks? What are you doing? Where are you going? I'm sure he's gonna cause mischief. I swear to God, if he starts barking out there again, I'm gonna have that door closed. I don't want him fucking boofing and annoying the neighbors. I already do that enough as it is, so I just want to make sure that he, you know, contributing to that. You know, funny enough, I kind of do wonder every now and then, sometimes, if like, you know, my neighbors over here can actually like hear half the shit, you know, goes on over here. I'm sure they can to an extent, but I'm just kind of curious, like, how much they do kind of hear a little bit. I know this much, like, they do have their kitchen and, like, their main, like, you know, like, dining room table area, like, it's all right there, so, like, their bedrooms and all that shit isn't there. But I do kind of wonder, you know, like, if they happen to be just chilling in there or some shit, do they hear, like, the random rants? Do they hear my karaoke? Do they hear the random radical leftist fucking bullshit that I yell? Like, I do kind of wonder that sometimes. Like, I don't think they'd be hearing anything right now, but if, like, you know, the times where I'm like, this fucking piece of shit fascist, that, you know, like when I'm yelling or some shit, or I'm, like, doing a karaoke or something, like, I mean, I wonder how much they hear. Just shat big time, like, cut off a couple times randomly to make your sentence incoherent. Did it just really make my sentence incoherent? Oh my god. Well, what I was just basically saying was just, like, like, I wonder what my neighbors, like, hear. Yeah, like, you know, when it comes to, like, me doing my shit, because I know they have, like, at least over here, they have, like, their kitchen, because I can kind of see their, like, the time thing on their microwave, like, over here in their window. And I could tell that there are, like, tables over here and shit. So, like, you know, they're not, like, their bedrooms ain't over here. But, like, whenever they're chilling and hanging out over there, I kind of wonder what they're hearing. Like, whenever I'm doing karaoke, so ranting, you know, my random leftist radical philosophy and shit like that. You know, and also because of this fucking garage door, it kind of acts like a boom. You know, kind of like these things for like a speaker. Well, I mean, at least this is for a Bluetooth, but you know, you get the idea. A woofer. I think boofer or woofer. I think it's a woofer, but like, but you know what it's called. But like, you know, when it comes to one of those, like, I mean, this garage door acts like one of those things. So sometimes, you know, like, I mean, it could kind of like amplify almost, you know, like some of the shit that can, you know, be going on here too. So sometimes the neighbors over there might hear a thing or two. But they also got gigantic ass fucking fences and shit. So I don't know. What would happen to when the motor just blow up? Well, actually, the garage door is actually technically, funny enough, when it comes to the motor function of it, is actually broken. Because when this garage got totally cleaned out, like my mom and back at the time Matt, like when he was living here, and Robert when he was alive, like those two, all three of them concocted a plan for one day, and I was at work, so I was unaware of this too. And they concocted a plan to basically be like, hey, we're gonna clean the fuck out of this goddamn garage, basically. And then, like, you know, put a bunch of, you know, and like a lot of shit that didn't really flow away, they put it all alongside the garage door. For foreshadowing, by the way. But when I came home for work, I noticed that there was like a lot of, you know, lights on, and I hear a lot of commotion in the garage, and I'm like, oh, what's going on? I went in there, and I see Matt and Robert just fucking sweating their asses off, fucking cleaning the place out, and I'm just like, and I'm sitting there like impressed, like, god damn, this looks nice, like, holy shit, fuck yeah, we could do so much now with like what we got going on here. I mean, we might need to like move stuff off the garage door. I was saying that, you know, because I kind of figured, you know, there would probably be something, you know, with that. And then literally like 10 minutes after I came home, or before I came home, or well, yeah, after I came home, my mom and dad came home because they went out to have like a nice dinner or some shit, or just like hang out for the entire day. Because my mom was a part of the whole scheme. She just didn't know how deep they were going to go with it, with cleaning out the garage and shit. So my dad, you know, comes home, goes in the garage, and he melts the fuck down. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, and mainly because, like, I don't even know why. I think a lot of it was just because, like, he knew where things were, despite it being just cluttered as shit and all this other shit in between. Like, at least, like, things are, like, organized within, like, shelves and stuff like that now, but I mean, you know, for at least like, you know, 75 to 80% now at this point, but at that point it was literally like 10% shit was actually organized, you know, before like the room and everything else was put up here. And like, and he decided for some wise ass idea to try to like open the garage door by pressing the garage door button to fucking like, you know, have this garage door try to open. It literally like fucking like overpressured, and like the bolts and the actual connection to, you know, for the thing, you know, to open the garage door broke. So that motherfucker is unironically like dangling somewhere over here. So like this lift garage door thing, like, I mean, it technically could still work, but it's not connected to the garage door anymore. Like, the garage door could still lift up and shit like that. I mean, but like his dumbass decided to fucking break it for no goddamn reason. Like, he tried to prove a point and break something purposely for no real fucking reason. And it's like, seriously, dude? Like, I mean, you could have proved the point by just merely pointing that out. And frankly, you know, that could have been an agreeable position where we could have just like, alright, we'll spend another day where we reorganize, you know, now that we have an open space to do that with. But no, he didn't want to be like that. Perhaps quite the character. Dude, I mean, he really is. Like, I mean, like, I'm not even saying this in an ableist or mean way, but he is a spurg. He is autistic as fuck. I mean, he legitimately is. I mean, that's why I am. It's because of his ass. He passed it down to me. But the thing is, like, you know, they caught it from me, and that's actually how they fucking caught him, you know, and diagnosed him with it. And because they were trying to figure out why I was autistic, and they realized, oh, it's because of my dad. And so he grew up his entire life not knowing that shit. And, you know, and I was able to have, you know, grow up knowing it and be able to, you know, work with it and be able to understand it and, you know, be able to, like, grow stronger in that way and because of it. Dad just literally had to, like, just fucking figure it out. Like, literally pull himself by the bootstraps and just figure it out. Like, you know, I was able to at least, you know, have more of a nuance and understanding and education on just what my, you know, diagnosis is and be able to work with that. And, you know, and that's made me more of a, you know, like, you know, stronger person, you know, despite being autistic. And that's not even a fucking, like, you know, handicap to me at this point. Like, I mean, at least at this rate, if anything, it's more of, like, you know, a pro, you know, if anything else, at least when it comes to, like, certain aspects of me. So, but looks things, this bootstrap snapped over a decade ago. They did. I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna deny that. Yeah, they did. And he still wants to try to fucking, like, cling on to them. It's like, my guy, like, take the hand out. Like, fuck. Like, he's still stubborn about, like, you know, that type of shit. Like, he can absolutely certainly qualify for Social Security, but his stubborn ass just won't do it. And frankly, I'd actually have more respect if he fucking just did, personally. Because at least then there would be a little income, so to make things financially a little easier for all of us. I mean, you know, not just for himself. I mean, it's like, goddamn, dude. It's like, come on. But he's that much of a libertarian. Take that Social Security straight to the casino, tell Iran to shut the bricks. The shit bricks. I mean, like, that's kind of like in a weird way, like, how would you think about it? It's like, fuck that. I mean, he wouldn't take it to a casino, though. He's not really a casino man. At least he never really struck me as a guy that likes to go to casinos or gamble. He's never really had a gamble issue. His issue is, you know, having to drink, you know, the liqueur. You know, that's his, you know, vice for the most part. Beyond that, yeah. Honestly, it's probably a good thing. No, it honestly is. I actually get a guy that works at a McDonald's. Actually, the one that's off to, you know, that's in that marketplace that's down the hill. You know, the one I'm talking about, that's next to the Taco Bell rib. I think you know the one I'm talking about. The guy works there, and the dude, like, I don't get it, but, like, he says this, like, strangely with pride. Like, he used to smoke weed, but apparently he had a heart attack, and he thinks the weed caused this, and now he's literally a straight up, albeit functional, but straight up an alcoholic. Like, he'll come up and be like, hey, you know, just got off work, you know, this weekend I won like $400 bingo, got my whiskey, got my mixed drink, you know, I'm gonna hang out and just kind of relax now, and blah, 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 yeah, and all this sort of shit. Like, he'll always talk about his whiskey. He comes in, like, damn near every day. And man, oh my god, if I had $1 for every time he talked about his whiskey, dude, oh man, I'd be retired, son. I mean, I feel him a little bit. I mean, like, hey, dude, you know, I like me my whiskey too, you know, I like me my whiskey, you know, but my guy, like, I mean, it's like he talks about having a whole fifth for a day and shit, or for like 2 days, and I'm like, god damn, dude, even I wouldn't be going for shit like that. Like, fuck. So, like, I mean, like, I couldn't find myself, you know, going through, you know, whiskey bottle pretty liberally, but not like a whole fucking bottle. Like, Jesus. What whiskey exactly? He never mentions. He never says specifically. You know, like, he always says, you know, he's got my whiskey at home. Like, that's all he says. He's like, got my whiskey at home, and, you know, and blah, 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 blah. Like, he never specifies. It's just whiskey. That's all he says. It's my whiskey at home. That's what he calls it. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm assuming he buys it at the liquor store. You know, and, like, I don't know what, you know, type of whiskey. It's just, it's his whiskey. Like, whatever type of whiskey that he gets, that's his whiskey that he gets. It could be fucking, like, you know, some Crown Royale. It could be fucking Jack Daniels. It could be anything. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's his whiskey that he has at home. And he gets it all the time. I know that much. So, I mean, yeah, but, like, he's just one of those dudes. You know what I mean? But, you know, what's funny, though, I mean, you know, he's kind of an older guy. Like, legit, he's legitimately, like, an old dude. Like, I mean, frankly, you know, probably about my dad's age, funny enough, but he still has a job. Like, you know, a lot of the, you know, the reason why he's able to fund his alcoholism is because he has a fucking job. And, you know, and he's sober dober up until he gets off work, and, you know, and after he comes over to our store, you know, to get a couple, you know, snacks and, you know, some mixer or whatever the fuck. You know, like, I mean, you know what, like, honestly, more power to him, frankly, at the end of the day. Like, I mean, because he's somebody who can handle his shit. Like, I mean, you know, regardless. Yeah, he's a functional alcoholic, he can handle his shit. And honestly, like, I mean, and frankly, like, I mean, I would legitimately call him a functional alcoholic, but there's a lot of people like me that, you know, have some, you know, a couple beers after work and shit, you know, and maybe, you know, when it comes to a fun, you know, outing with homies and shit like that, you know, they might, you know, have a little extra and stuff, maybe sometimes excessive and probably, unfortunately, too much so. But, like, I mean, you know, there's, like a light social aspect to it, and then, you know, or having, like, a beer or two after work type of thing, where it's, like, a very minor, like, you know, I guess, you know, to, you know, a sense of minor alcoholism to it, but a very functional, like, very social, you know, aspect to it. Like, I mean, if I was just hanging out by myself right now, I mean, I really wouldn't have, I mean, I might have a beer, but I ain't gonna fucking, like, have a couple like I am right now, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I might have one, you know, have some food and watch some videos or play some video game or something like that. Just, you know, to go and wind down and that'd be it. But because of the more social interaction, having a couple more. And that's the social aspect of it. Like, I mean, and you know, because, like, I mean, you know, like, that's, for me, you know, like, where, you know, like, a difference derives, you know, for, like, how people handle, like, their alcohol and shit. It's like, you know, like, can they actually handle that shit, or are they just fucking, like, straight up just, you know, like frankly, you know, being blunt, like my dad, you know, that really just doesn't do that much, you know, even though he could, you know, they could actually be putting themselves out there a little more, they could actually be working on themselves, they could be, you know, more functional, but just don't, you know, they don't actually put themselves out there. And, you know, just like, oh, well, fuck it, and then just go to the drink as their fucking coping mechanism. Like, that's dysfunctionality, and that is a serious fucking problem. I mean, when it comes to the more functional / moderate uses of it, like Dr. Carl Hart, I mean, you know, he's always said it. I mean, because there's, you know, like, actual data that proves this. Like, most drug users, you know, regardless of what their vice is when it comes to their drug, are, you know, functional / moderate drug users. And, you know, don't make it a fundamental issue. I mean, it doesn't mean that, you know, like, you know, excessiveness or, you know, a slip up here and there doesn't happen and shit, but most people are very functional and can handle their shit and can still partake in society just like literally anybody else. And in fact, most people are probably high as fuck while participating in society, but again, can handle their shit and no one would know the wiser. Like, you know how many times I'm literally blitz space cadet high at work and no one fucking, you know, probably notices outside maybe some potential smell if the fucking chicken and the grease ain't fucking masking it? I mean, like, shit. I'd be a fucking billionaire. I'd be Jeff Bezos rich if I, you know, had $1 for every time that happened. Like the Boston means like the Pickle Rick remix. I don't want to see a grown ass man having hypertension over Schwetzon sauce over fucking McDonald's. Does the sauce even have that tastes good on a Big Mac? I don't know. The Schwetzon sauce or whatever it is. I really don't know. I genuinely don't know. This is probably one of those depressing yet true things that I can't find in this profile pic. What is this? In like 10 years. Is this guy anti-Belgium? Is he like, fuck the Belgium, ban the Belgium, ban the Belgianese? In 10 years, it's gonna be like 100 million Americans whose kids straight up don't want to talk to him, Well, not even just kids who are gay, anyone who has to put up with any of these cultural war soldiers as a parent for more than a year. Parents have a right to know if their child's LGBTQ+. Huh? I mean... sure, I guess? But what's the implication with this? Like, on the virtue of, like, you know, knowing their child and being like, hey, you know, what's going on? Like, I mean, you know, what do you identify with? Like, who, you know, like, in helping uplift them of who they are as a person, you know, like, I mean, yeah, like, I mean, part, you know, if they're LGBTQ, I mean, that would be a part of that. But if it's like these culture war freaks like this guy here, who's, I guess, very anti-Belgian, like, I mean, if he, you know, like, he's also, like, very, you know, correct on this, too, because, like, there's a lot of parents who are very fucking critical about anything that's LGBTQ+, and if their child happens to be, would be more of a detriment. It's kind of a, yeah, like, two-way street, sadly. Like, on one hand, it's a good thing for parents to probably know this, but... like, some parents, it's actually better for their children to, like, not tell them that or lie to them about that, or for them to just not know that their child is because of their fucking bigoted views about that. I mean, that's just kind of what sucks about that. Look at the profile pic. What, this guy? Wait. Oop. Oh, I mean, show me that butthole. Wait, what the hell? Why is it show me that butthole? What the fuck? I mean, he just straight up looks like a fucking, like, redneck trucker guy. But, I mean, he's not wrong with the take. I think he means the case of bigoted parent. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's what he means. No, I know what he meant. Because, honestly, I mean, there's, you know, like, not really with my parents personally, but, like, you know, with other family members, like, I feel this way. You know, when it comes to, like, you know, not wanting to necessarily talk to them, especially when it comes to queer issues. Because I know exactly what the fuck they think, and I don't want to get into that with them, because I know where that will fucking lead, and... they're gonna guilt trip me and make me think, and like say that somehow I'm now like a fucking problem, or I've been groomed or indoctrinated or whatever the fuck, and I don't want to hear it, because I already know where this is gonna fucking lead, and there ain't no changing their fucking mind. Like, I literally got fucking family. I have an aunt who's unironically a QAnoner. Like, do you think I'm gonna be able to convince her fucking, you know, have a conversation about her, about any of this shit? I literally saw her freak the fuck out over the pilot episode of CSS Hawaii, which I literally would not know about that show, literally, if it wasn't for this fucking memory. Like, they literally freaked the fuck out because the pilot episode had a lesbian makeout scene for literally no more than 5 seconds. And they spent more time than the lesbian scene trying to freak the fuck out and, like, reverse it so they don't have to see it and then skip ahead of it so they can just move past it and not have to look at it because it was so disgusting and degenerate and filthy in their eyes. Like, I mean, they literally spent over a minute doing that versus the 5-second lesbian makeout scene that was going on there for, like, shock or whatever the fuck. I mean, who cares? It was a lesbian fucking makeout scene. Like, that was it. Like, and also, her husband, like, I mean, I'm not gonna actually say his nickname here, actually, because this is way too close to his actual name. But, like, he actually, funny enough, didn't give that much of a fuck. He looked up and went, eh. And then looked down on his phone and was, like, perusing Facebook or whatever the fuck. Like, funny enough, like, he's relatively, you know, like, if maybe not as hardcore, like, conservative, funny enough, despite being a, you know, former cop and a former police officer, or a former firefighter, and, you know, very involved in their local church and all this other shit. Like, I mean, despite all that, like, I mean, funny enough, he probably isn't as hardcore right-wing as, like, my fucking aunt is and shit, because she was, like, fucking, like, harpy about it, dude. They tried to reverse it. Yeah, like, go back 30 seconds so it doesn't show up, you know, on their screen, so then they can look up and try to skip ahead and then play again when it's not on screen anymore. it was retarded. I looked up and I was trying my damnedest not to burst out laughing because of how retarded I thought it was. It's like, you're that offended over a 10-second makeout scene. In fact, I also want to say, hey, keep playing it. Like, I mean, why are you freaking out for it? That looked nice. It's like, damn, some reprieve over this boring ass fucking lame ass show. It's like, damn, reprieve. That's what I was thinking. I looked up the only reason why I noticed it was because she freaked out over it. I looked up and I saw these two girls just, just getting fucking steamy deep into each other and fucking obviously leading up to a fucking sex scene that, obviously isn't there, but it's implied. And I'm just like, ooh, goddamn. Yeah, I was like, oh, whoa, oh shit, reprieve. I was like, because I was listening, to it, and I'm like, this show fucking sucks. Well, I don't care. And then I look up and I'm like, oh. and I look over and they're, and at least my aunt's freaking out. And I'm like, I literally went like, and I just go back on my phone. I think I was listening to a TJ stream. I think he happened to be live at the time and I was watching one of his streams. And I just like, okay, go back to the stream. Don't pay attention to this because I'm going to burst out laughing if I keep listening to this. Because honestly, I was dead ass about, if I kept paying attention further from that, I was gonna burst out laughing. Because it kept saying shit. My aunt, kept saying stuff, I don't even know what. She was complaining about it for, another 30 seconds after the fact. She's like, I can't believe that, blah, blah, blah. I don't even know what. But I was overhearing it barely, as I was trying to tune it out, because if not, I was gonna burst out laughing, and then she really would have fucking known that I thought it was a fucking joke that she was doing that. God, I love my aunts. I mean, but even this QAnoner one, but oh my gosh, she is fucking psycho sometimes, dude. As long as you literally never talk about politics with her ever, she's cool. But as soon as you do, oh my fucking god, strap in, son. Strap in. Because, oh my god, and get your safety helmet on too while you're at it. Because holy shit, it's gonna be a rough fucking bumpy ride. Dios mío. My other aunts, I actually have a legit, good conversations with about politics every now and then. Even my fucking grandma, I will actually have, decent conversations about politics with, but my QAnoner aunt, fuck no. I avoid that shit as much as possible. As much as possible. I literally had, TJ, on my speaker for, 5 seconds once, on my phone speaker, and he literally said, damn it, or some shit, literally the most minimal of vulgarity that he was using, and she flipped out on it. And I was just like, oh my fucking god, you gotta be kidding me. It's seriously, man, if she knew what TJ was like, she would have a conniption fit. She would have aneurysm. Man, dude. I'm glad I haven't had, some of the conversations that my brother's had with her. Because, the only reason why I know she's a full-on QAnoner is because of some of the conversation my brother's had with her. Because, he's actually have talked about things back especially when COVID was at its peak, things about, vaccines, stuff like that. And she let out some serious, real QAnon takes. I don't even really want to repeat them here just because I don't want YouTube thinking I'm spewing disinfo or something. But, it was, a lot of this literal same QAnon level disinformation that was being, peddled and shit. Don't your brother agree with her for the most part? The QAnoner one I'm talking about? No. He thinks she's kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs a little bit. Yeah, so, he's, broadly, he's, a neoliberal, frankly, but, there are definitely certain things about him that are, conservative, so I really don't know, I don't know exactly where his politics are, a mixture of, centrist / neoliberal, I guess, like NIMBY, neo-lib, centrist mixture of there with some garnish of conservatism, I guess. I really couldn't tell you exactly where his politics are. I mean, I really couldn't tell you. I mean, because, like, half the time he sounds like a full lib, and then sometimes he sounds like a fucking conservative. So I really couldn't tell you, honestly. I think he's just kind of like an unironic centrist, like a genuine, like, centrist, you know, in, like, the actual name. Like, I couldn't tell you. I know that, you know, our politics clash, but not always. Like, actually, there's been times where, you know, like, there's at least, you know, enough agreement, especially when it comes to conservatives. Like, I mean, I remember, especially when Trump was president, like, him and I would have conversations just fucking on Trump and shit, and just, like, having catharsis with each other about it. So, I mean, he's not, like, such a conservative where, you know, he thinks Trump's good or anything. He fucking hates Trump. But, like, I mean, you know, he's, like, enough of a conservative to where, like, he's basically, you know, one of the liberals that is essentially, like, rehabilitated Bush, you know what I mean? You know, he's, like, one of those types. That's why I say I think he's, like, a genuine, true, through kind of centrist type of guy, because, like, there's, you know, kind of aspects about him that are kind of conservative. Like, he unironically has books of, like, fucking, what's that fucking, Christian fucking guy? It's not Ted Haggard. It's, no, actually, I think it is. I think it is Ted Haggard. Like, he has, like, some, like, unironic, like, books from, like, these fucking Christian grifters and shit, like Ted Haggard and shit. So, I mean, you know, he's also got, like, a somewhat of a soft kind of religious element, you know, in his beliefs, but he's not, like, an extremist. You know, he's not, like, an hardcore evangelical. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, it's, you know, especially with the talks I've had with him, I mean, he's not really that religious. I mean, he is, but not, like, in the same level that you will, like, see a conservative evangelical be like. You know what I mean? Like, he's not, like, on that level. Is he a Tobias liberal, Lamau? I actually don't know. I don't know what his opinions are of Ted Wheeler. I mean, you know, honestly, like, I haven't talked to him in a little bit. Last time I've talked to him was, you know, over, you know, like, more family shit and stuff. You know, just, like, having just, like, kind of a casual talk with him and stuff, you know, where politics are kind of discussing shit. I haven't had a talk with him about that type of stuff lately, but I'm kind of wanting to. Because, like, I mean, I kind of feel like, you know, there might be some issues, you know, where I feel like he's kind of changed since the last time I've talked to him, you know, about, you know, politics and shit. Just kind of, you know, from my inference, you know, from what I, you know, can kind of, you know, see out of him a little bit. So, I don't know. Like, I want to at least try to find some time to actually, like, you know, get with him and just chat and hang out and just, you know, like, take personal family bullshit and all that other stuff aside and just, you know, kick it and shit. Because, I mean, at this point, you know, like, all things considered, you know, our relationship's, you know, a lot better than it used to be, you know, so, like, you know, obviously I want to, you know, improve that, so, you know, like, I mean, you know, at this point, it's just kind of, you know, just trying to find some time. But our schedules just never fucking connect. Like, my days off are when he works, and when he's not, I'm working, so... And when I'm off, he's dead asleep. Because he works so fucking early. So, it's like, I mean, we never really have, like, any time to actually fucking connect, and it really is kind of annoying a little bit. Because I feel like there can be, like, a rehabilitative, like, you know, reconnection a little bit that, you know, I feel like, you know, is kind of needed a little bit. Because he's definitely not a bad guy, like, at all. I just kind of think that, like, considering, like, you know, his status and with his success, and even, like, you know, kind of having to, like, kind of regrow, you know, after, like, a major, stint that he had, that kind of went bad, it kind of went south. I mean, frankly, to be fair, somewhat on his part, honestly. I mean, like, you know, and with all that, and also, you know, knowing his personal life of, you know, been kind of trying to settle down and, that's been kind of, kind of struggle in, as well, in his mind. And then, his, like, got, like, and me as well, like a mom that's, like, got, unfortunate, like, a lot of health issues and shit. It's just, like, there's, like, I think a lot of things that, play a role of, like, his broader worldview about certain things and shit. And I feel like, I mean, since we're kind of, reconnecting things to kind of rebuilding a bridge a little bit, especially if we were able to have, like, an hour or two, just, like, have a drink or two and just chill and shoot the shit a little bit. I feel like I might at least help open, his perspective about some other things. And, maybe even for, myself as well, for, his side of, his life and shit a little bit. Because, I mean, I mean, there's definitely a lot of things that, I definitely want to try to get, a little bit more involved in and kind of reconnect with a little bit, with his shit. I mean, dude's, very talented when it comes to, like, sound editing and shit like that. And also, has music talent too, just like I do. I mean, so we have, legitimately, like, a lot of connections and commonalities. So it's not like, we just can never get along. I mean, there obviously are plenty of things we can get along with, but we just haven't established that, necessarily. But enough of the brotherly conversation. But one oh man, I've been ranting about this, all this bullshit. My fucking Bluetooth died. But I want to get into this clip I'm meaning to get into about these criminals versus cops having a little back and forth with each other. Because I'm sure this will be certainly very did this just motherfucker? Okay, yeah, I guess this will be shorter. But because this is most certainly going to be kind of spicy, I feel like. I feel like there's going to be a little spice going on here, and I have a feeling I know who I'm going to be siding with, I think. Good close gains trust, and once he puts you in the soul air of the bubble wrap fortune, that's when you deliver the killing blow. Yeah, dude. Just, like, get an airship to his fucking radio show and just, like, have an accident and then just, like, inherit everything. I didn't know one of his powers was supposed to be a bigoted asshole. Wait, what? That's a cute outfit. Did your husband give it to you? Actually, he did. He bought it. Oh my god! Okay. Wasn't it supposed to be left-wingers that were supposed to be, like, the over-explanative memes, like, that have, like, way too much text in a meme? Like, I can already tell this is a conservative meme, and there's, like, way too much text for me to give a shit about this. But I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna go through it. Okay. Actually, he did. He bought this for me on our 10-year anniversary. Not only is he my lover, he is my best friend and my soulmate. Aw, that's sweet. I'm not ashamed of who I love. Based. Nor should I be. Good. Good shit. Be confident. For someone with strange abilities due to, I assume, accidental exposure to radioactive spider blood, you're not very tolerant of those different to yourself? You're on the wrong side of history, Spider-Man? What? I think that's a joke. I mean, like... Okay, I'm kind of confused. Is this a pro-LGBT or anti-LGBT meme? That's where it gets me. Like, how wouldn't he know that? Yeah, I mean, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Like, how would this big fucking, like, Hootsman looking fucking swole boy over here, like, fucking know that shit? Like, this Conan the Barbarian looking motherfucker. Profile indicates pro. Joey Hectic. BLM things. Yep, I support the Ukrainian Palestinians. Yeah, okay. I was confused, but you know what? Alright. Alright, I get it. $100. The ad said 3,000. The ad said bring your homophobic bigotry. Because right now, Bonesaw is in the locker room in tears after what you said about his husband. The man lost the only thing he loved to a tragic disease, and you mock him? Shame on you, human spider. Homophobia has no place in the world of professional wrestling. I hope you learn from this and grow as a person. Damn. It's you who's out, Gobby. Out of your mind. Oh, so now you're not only you're homophobic, but mock the mentally ill. You're right, Spider-Man. Now you're out of my mind, but you're, as you put it also bluntly, but at least I don't insult others who love those of the same gender, nor call out those who suffered the same disease of the mind, Spider-Man. Damn. Damn.
Hey, Alex Peter, a public defender in New York.
Who the fuck is this guy? I guess his name is Alex Peter. Who the hell is this guy who's in the corner?
He's a TikTok heartthrob, and we are raising funds today for Release Aging People from Prison campaign. Since he's here, and he's a public defender, and he's, are you ACAB? Would you say you're ACAB?
I would say that is correct.
He's ACAB, he's an abolitionist. I thought, you know, who better to have here with me react.
Up next, the Spider-Man apology video. It's like, hey guys, it's Spider-Man, and I'm very sorry, but unfortunately I made some very homophobic Oh my god, dude. That'd be great.
A Jubilee video. Are all
Jubilee.
cops bastards, police versus criminals, middle ground? These are
True. All cops are bastards.
oftentimes very, I mean, very.
You know what, considering how long this is, you know what? We're gonna do the good old 1.25 speed.
Unhinged
Yeah.
videos, and I feel like you are the perfect person to take a little journey with. Let's get started.
Why should you have the right to tote a gun around just because you have a badge? You're saying we shouldn't be armed.
You shouldn't have guns at all.
Okay, next time there's an active shooter going into a university, then we're just gonna let him shoot all the students.
You know what? I can't do it.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I know this is literally the intro, but oh my god, we're already off to a great start. So you have like one of these criminal guys, right? Or at least, someone who was in prison and, part of the criminal system, like, and reformed, at least to some extent, I'm assuming. Like, because again, this is like criminals versus cops debate. The Jubilee loves doing these things, and I actually like them personally. But, like, I mean, like, he was talking, saying, hey, like, cops shouldn't be toting guns around, especially, thinking they're all that in a bag of chips, basically, and using that as a way to excuse, their authority just because they have a badge. And one of the fuck cops literally was like, oh, so you don't think we should have guns, so an active shooter at a school happens, and you know what, let all the kids just die. And you know what? Hey, guess what, pig? You all did that. You guys have fucking did that shit at Uvalde, so fuck off. Like, you pigs did nothing while a mass shooter killed innocent children at Uvalde. So what the fuck are you talking about, you psychopathic motherfucker? Like, we're already off to a great start, dude. Like, this is the intro to the overall conversation. Like, and that's one of the highlights. So we'll get back to that eventually. So I'm not going to say all my points about this, but, we're off to a great start. I'll just bring the Uvalde point off right now just to, get it out of the way.
Damn.
Whoa, someone actually, wait, hold up. Someone straight up was like, I can't do this shit no more. Yo, dude, this shit gets heated. Fuck it, let's go. Let's do it. Yo.
Cops versus ex-cons. That's what they have for this.
Dude, I'm liking
With
this.
the prompt. Cops should not carry guns.
Oh, interesting.
Only
Okay,
one
so the highlight actually probably comes in from this conversation.
person? Oh, two
I mean, there's
people?
so many countries in this
Two
world
people.
that do not have this
Yeah.
level of violence within
What the
its
fuck?
law enforcement
Yeah.
department or any other department. Guns themselves are not the issue. It's the finger behind the gun. Police officers are human beings too. They can snap.
If you took guns
right.
away
Barely.
from the uniform, I guarantee
just
you,
saying,
like half of
I
them
don't know
would
if I
not
agree
do
with
their
that
work.
statement.
Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna not have it. Oh, fuck! I clicked the wrong thing. Don't. It did, motherfucker. Fuck you. Fuck your help resources. I don't want that.
Let's get started.
No, stop it. Oh my god. I don't want to have the 1.25 speed. I'm realizing it's a little too fast.
Maybe it's
struggle to submit a perpetrator and to, like, actually do work, police work. Like, it's not just about reaching for your gun 99% of the time. They want to abuse other people. They want to, tyrants over other people, so they choose jobs like that. Like, what if you want to help other people, why can't you go be a humanitarian? There's oceans to clean up. Instead, like, everybody just wants to be out here taking rights away from others and abusing people and getting guns. And the moment you start copying an attitude, literally click.
Can the disagree a step forward?
Okay, so you mean...
I mean, I don't disagree with anything he said. I mean, because fundamentally, it's just like, I mean, yeah, if you really want to do help, I mean, kind of fuck the whole, like, the socialist cleanup point. I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, it's like, if you want to be, like, a helper of your local community, then, like, there's plenty of other ways to do that. Being some gun-toting thug, that has, like, the mafioso state badge exceptionary rule to fucking, let you get away with all that shit, isn't exactly the way to do it there, Chief.
Only that what happened at Michigan State University with an active shooter killing.
The implication that cops are only necessary during active shooters kind of invalidates, like, the need for cops. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, you're right. In an active shooter situation, you do need someone who is armed to provide some level of defense. Most other circumstances, which is the overwhelming majority of circumstances where cops are behaving in a violent manner, whether it be, like, the tip of the iceberg, which is what you see, which is, like, brutal moments of, like, unarmed citizens being executed, being shot from behind, or even the overwhelming majority of interactions that cops have that are actually violent, because ultimately even, like, arresting someone is a violent act, and oftentimes it is completely unjustifiable. In those circumstances, that violence is not a necessity. Because if that was a necessity, you wouldn't go to the fucking Michigan State shooting as a fucking example. You would go to any number of those other situations and be like, well, yeah, what are you going to do if you see someone loitering like a homeless person and then you need someone to come in and beat the shit out of them, you know what I mean? But he didn't use that as an example, even though that's what he does for the most part.
Or Ubaldi.
I mean, wait. He just mentioned Uvalde.
Went into an elementary school and killed children.
Wait, he is not using Uvalde. Oh.
Wait. Wait. This little fucking bald-headed potato motherfucker, subhuman trash, is unironically gonna try to use Uvalde to defend his point? Are you fucking kidding me? My guy, you subhuman pigs literally were texting on your phones, taking a shit in the fucking, like, school bathroom, doing nothing, while you're hearing gunshots in fucking goddamn classroom, you motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it literally took, like, what, over an hour and a half until you actually fucking responded, you subhuman trash? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the entire town of Uvalde, like, is basically, is demanded that they all get fired for all intents and purposes, because they're all fucking scum. Because that's what they are. It's like using mass shooters as an argument against gun regulation. I mean, like, which these conservative chuckle fucking subhuman trash do. They'll say, oh, it's actually mental health, it's this and that, and blah, 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 blah. Which, you know what, maybe some of those points might be true, but guess what? The accessibility of the guns is too there, bitch. And this is from a pro-gun guy myself. It's like, yeah, you know what, there is an accessibility problem. I got different means of trying to address that shit, but guess what? It's still an issue, and I think there needs to be solutions to solve that. So, bleh. It's like this idea that, like, we need to just exclude this as a variable because it just doesn't suit our narrative. It's like, fuck you, pig dog motherfucker.
Let's see if they get him, though. Let's see if they hit him on it.
Sandy Hook would happen over 10 years ago.
Right over it.
You're sitting there telling us that we shouldn't be carrying firearms?
Yeah, you shouldn't. Like, if you guys are just traffic cops and stuff like that, you guys shouldn't. If you guys are like
have they done it about the mental health issues exactly? Nothing. Like, when conservatives, mention that point, they don't actually offer legitimate issues or legitimate solutions, to solve that problem. Because the thing is, like, is mental health a problem, especially when it comes to a lot of these mass shootings or gun violence? Yeah, sure, absolutely. I would agree with this. But, unlike conservatives who will bring this up day in and day out but never do fuck one to do about it, I think there needs to be a massive expansion of mental health care, when it comes to our broader healthcare in the system, and also an expansion of universal healthcare. Like, and that would help when it comes to mental health care accessibility, and thus will help, gain access, to people, addressing their own mental health. And thus will, create, less issues when it comes to people's mental health being so deteriorated to the point that they fucking snap and start shooting people left and right. So that is a variable that does fucking help. If you actually address it and offer fucking viable solutions to it, but conservatives don't want to hear anything about that because it doesn't suit their narrative. Because if you talk about things like expanding healthcare and things like that, that undermines the pharmaceutical and the health insurance industries and the fucking healthcare industry, and we can't have that whatsoever. We got to make sure the profits are maximized.
Yeah, you're not answering my question.
Like I said, I'm just going based on what you say. I've been in situations where I've been shot at. I had 2 members of my department die in the last 2 months. I've been in situations where I've needed my firearm.
Hey, guess what? I guarantee you those people who died in a department were literally because of a car crash that they, happened to be in that wasn't due to a fucking criminal issue or anything like that outside of an accident. Or maybe it was because of something like COVID or some shit. Because the number one death of police officers, as it stands statistically right now, is COVID. And the second thing was car accidents and car deaths. So,
Willing to bet. What do you think they died from?
Like COVID?
Statistically speaking, it probably is COVID. Or the other killer, heart disease. Or the other
heart disease, yes.
Killer, vehicular fatalities as they're fucking riding through a goddamn red light with their lights on, thinking that everyone is going to be ready for that moment.
And you want to know how many times I've seen the Portland police specifically, when I'm in Portland, in downtown Portland, you want to know how many times I've seen the Portland Police Bureau do that, specifically run red lights and have their fucking lights on, just buzzing through red lights, left and right and shit. And also fucking nearly ramming into fucking cars. Like, every time I'm in Portland, it's pretty much goddamn nearly every time. Actually, the only time I haven't seen that was when I went to the concert at the Roseland Theater in Portland. Like, I mean, that was the only time I actually didn't really see any cops at all, so I was actually kind of surprised about that. But beyond that, like, every time I've been in Portland, besides that instance, yeah, they're out there and they do shit like that every fucking time. Like, if they can get away with it, they don't give a fuck. Like, they'll do that shit. And if they happen to get in a wreck, they'll probably blame your ass instead of fucking looking at their ass, as the fucking fault over it.
It's certainly not fentanyl, which is responsible for 0 cop deaths, despite the fact that if you look at the media, they just lie all the time and act like, it's the cop kryptonite.
A lot of
needed every tool in my belt in my career. If you would go out and then see half of the stuff I see, you may change your perception about what you see. It's dangerous.
So you can't call for backup.
What does me calling for backup having to do with?
So if you work,
like, cause I don't know. Maybe because if there's a situation where 1 or 2 cops where you and your partner in one vehicle can't handle, then calling for backup would be able to help address the situation. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe that has something to do with it. Like, maybe because, you're not a goddamn fucking Terminator fucking, like, RoboCop Ubermensch or some shit, you fucking psycho.
Okay, say in my area.
I'm a county cop.
Right, and in my area, I mean, you have miles and miles of nothing around you. Your closest partner is maybe if you're lucky.
My bite. Oh my gosh, she is fucking hick as fuck. Holy shit, goddamn, she comes from the most deepest part of goddamn the South, probably the most rural part of goddamn Alabama I've ever heard. Holy shit, son. Goddamn, she's even getting my southern hick out. Holy shit. Goddamn.
Way, okay? In the meantime...
Okay. Let me just... Oh my gosh, she's even got the mannerisms on lock. Oh my gosh, she is so southern as fuck. Because let me just tell you, okay? Like that whole thing where they kind of say okay at the end of things, okay? Like that genuinely is a very southern thing, alright? Let me just tell you, Shug, okay? That really is, legitimately a very southern mannerism. And you know what, Shug? I guarantee you probably know because you're out in the good, lovely peach heart country of Georgia there, Shug. I tell you what, okay? Like, oh my god, I probably just sounded like some random fucking southern... like woman, like that you probably run into and shit, didn't I?
Somebody that has me at gunpoint, and if I don't have a gun on my hip,
dude, this is like
she's in the wild.
Yep. God damn it! Nailed it. Dude, I got the South in me a little bit. I got a Southerner in me, dude. I mean, I might be born and raised in the Pacific Northwest, but I got a little bit of Southern blood in me.
You know, I've seen the movie.
I know how to do it. It ain't that hard. It really ain't that hard to get some of that Southern blood out in me. I tell you what.
It's in the movies. It's like, why? Why are you talking about these edge cases that, like, have not happened to you? Okay.
Suburbs don't have it as much, but they are around. Yeah, I mean, I will admit, yeah, if you're in the suburbs or in an urban area, it's not really as around as much, but, you know, you'll catch a glimpse, for sure.
It's like, it just doesn't make, oh God, Hollywood is responsible in many ways. Like, they have made it so
You're forgetting
that
about
everyone...
the most dangerous cop killing thing of all. What was this? Fentanyl! Pocket fent! Yep, dude, it's the pocket fent, dude.
Thinks that, like, cops are constantly under threat,
Pocket
constantly
fent.
under fire. Everyone is always, like, holding them at gunpoint. It's, like, regularly happening, and, like, they have to defend themselves against this, like, phantom gun-wielding criminal problem that has happened.
I mean, it's so bad when it comes to that issue that Hassan's talking about. There's literally a fucking savage psychopath that literally is, like, you know, goes from police department for years now. You know, for literally years, for like a long time, for at least like probably a decade at this point, has been literally going from police department to police department, doing these things literally called killology courses, where it's just like, you gotta treat it like it's a war zone and basically like, you know, you're in a combat situation. Like, they're treating it like, you know, pretty much anyone who might be a civilian or anybody you might interact with as a police officer might be literally a combatant. Not just a criminal, not just some thug or vagrant, a literal combatant. Like they're fucking like the Taliban or some shit. Like they got an IED strapped to their fucking vest or some shit. I mean, it's just insane. Like, I mean, like, policing in this country is psychopathic. It's unhinged. It is insane. It's animalistic. Like, unironically animalistic. Like, I mean, that's what our policing is like in this country. It's insane. I mean, I wonder why people are so pro-police abolition and prison abolition. Like me. Huh. I wonder why. Because our policing in this country is unironically animalistic as fuck. So, it behooves me. They want to be the high school bully while at the same time act like they're the kid being picked on. Yeah, the high school bully that's also being bullied on. They want to be like the bully that's being bullied, so they want to be like the center middle ground bully. The train's just watching John Wick kill 8 people with a safety pin. This is what you're up against. This is what you're up against. Yeah, it's like Joker with the pencil trick. It's like, I made a pencil disappear. This is what you're up against. You're up against thugs and vagrants like this, who will make a pencil disappear before your eyes.
In America.
But even the thin blue line stuff, like I saw someone talking about the idea of it being the thin blue line, like there's this very small barrier between...
Are you saying they're fat? Like the cops are fat? Why are you laughing when I said that? It's not funny. Fat phobia is not funny.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah. You better not be laughing at...
I'm not.
The fat blue line.
I'm talking about the thin blue...
Okay.
They call it the thin... You know, you ruined my point.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm not saying it.
No, thin blue line.
Never mind.
Okay, thin mints, come on. Let's hear it.
Because, okay, before you really interrupted me, the point that I was making was the idea of the thin blue line being like, we're so close to chaos and everything falling into disrepair, and like that's how they keep their funding priorities and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they're the sheepdogs. Wait, you...
I mean, honestly, like, if you want to know, like, another element about the thin blue line thing, actually, here, let me pull it up. Let me find it. Let me go on Google Images. Let me just pull up the flag itself. Like, let me show you some use... Let me teach you about a use of symbology. Like, what's the... Yeah, thin blue line flag. Yeah. So, here's some, you know, a little learnage of some symbology here. So, obviously got everything in black and white outside of the blue, right? Notice how the blue is in between two black lines. is because the idea, symbolically, when you look at the whole idea of race and shit, it's like, you know, in between these white lines is the black lines, which the idea is that the black lines are the criminal elements or criminality. And, you know, the white is the justice and the lawful and the law-abiding and all that shit. And the blue is the enforcers. And the enforcers happen to be surrounded by the criminality / the vagrancy and all that shit. But notice a little certain other aspect about this that you could probably add a racial element to. White as in, you know, white. And then black as in, like, you know, black. You know, black people. Notice a little symbology going on here with the flag. It's like, unironically, literally a fucking racist and fascist flag. Like, dead ass. Like, straight the fuck up. Like, when you see people, you know, fucking, you know, flex and shit like this, like, they're flexing, you know, a lot of, like, systemic, fascistic, and racist shit. Like, dead ass. Straight up. Like, that's what they're doing.
Problem with that? That's real. Cops are the ones who are...
I mean, there's a reason why they have it like that. Like, there's a reason why the thin blue line flag, that flag looks the way it does. There's a very specific use of symbology, you know, as to why they do it.
Right.
Society.
Sorry, I blew it.
My favorite cop defense is when people will be like, dude, I'd be raping and pillaging if it wasn't for the cops. It's like, what? Why would you say that out loud? Like, what? That's the only thing keeping you from, like, snapping and behaving like a fucking violent animal? Like, what the fuck?
I do really honestly, like, you know, wonder about people like that, you know, since Hassan mentioned it, you know, just as a baby tirade. Because, like, honestly, like, if it wasn't for the broader social contract and, like, you know, just broadly, just the social norms that we do have, you know, and I guess, you know, for what it is, you know, the law and order that we do have, it's like, that is literally keeping, you like, people away from being unironic, primal, savage animals. Like, legitimately. Like, and I'm not even kidding with that either. Like, there is legitimately a straight-up segment of the population, if it wasn't for law and order, if it was not for, you know, the social contract, if it wasn't for the, you know, modernity, if it wasn't for, like, you know, the modern society and civilization, if it wasn't for any of these fucking factors, and if any of them were to not be there, like, that is literally is what is keeping people from being, like, at least certain people, from being utter brute fucking savages and fucking animals. And I mean that from, like, any background, like, literally any of them. Like, any person. Like, because there are legitimately just certain people that type of shit is what keeps them from, you know, acting on these crazy fucking urges. And it's just like, what? It's like, that's what's keeping you fucking at bay? It's like, Jesus fuck. Like, I mean, like, because I can get the, you know, to, like, a very emotional, visceral level about, like, you know, fuck this person, and you get, like, this, you know, like, kind of urge almost, you know, like, where it kind of gets to that level in a way. But unlike, you know, like, you know, that type of shit, I have internal factors that can keep myself at bay. Like, I am able to, you know, look at that type of shit and be like, all right, step back a little bit. You know, like, I can, you know, put that check in myself. Like, there are some people that can't do that, that don't have that capability, and society is what is keeping them at bay. And it's like, that is a freaky thing. And, like, I don't know how many people are like that specifically overall, but it does kind of concern me. Because, frankly, personally, I do know some friends, honestly, that, frankly, if, like, society were to collapse, so to speak, they probably would go act off their basic urges and instincts, in a sense. I mean, dead ass. Honestly. I mean, it's like, and where they would go with that may concern me a little bit, you know, and it's just literally because of the social contract and, like, you know, law and order and all these other aspects and variables, flawed as they are, broken as they are, and all these other factors, you know, that we can get into, despite all that shit, that is what's keeping them at bay. It's like, whoa. Like, I mean, there is kind of a little freaky notion about that a bit. I mean, dead ass. I mean, yeah, and again, it's a little bit of a tirade overall to the broader thing, but still, I mean, It's good that that is there. I mean, you know, I'd rather have that, obviously.
Dead man walking because I have nothing that can go up against another gun.
But how do you think?
Like, why is she saying that? Like, why does she think that? Like, so what is it then?
She's constantly being held at gunpoint.
Yeah, and she is the most held at gunpoint cop in America, and she's killed everyone.
Yeah, she's Nicole.
And she's also a county cop, too. She said that earlier, yeah, just, you know, for recollection's sake. I mean, dead ass. Like, I mean, she says she's a rural county cop. Like, so she's basically, what, like a part of the sheriff, you know, like county sheriffs, I'm assuming, as a cop. And if that's the case, then she probably has to barely deal with anything. Like, I mean, she probably has to deal with some stuff here and there and shit, but probably really not that much at all. Like, I mean, there's really not that much that she would have to really deal with. I mean, unless she's part of the Clackamas Sheriff's Department, because, like, I mean, they kind of somewhat bleed into some of the suburban/urban area, like at least in the most northern part of the county, at least around in my area and a little bit east of me. But like beyond that, like I mean, they're all rural and shit. They ain't dealing with anything at all. You know that has to fucking just like merit like being a gun. So silly.
Yeah, she has been able to successfully take down all of her targets that held her at gunpoint.
Ellensfield.
There's tasers, pepper balls, like
Societal issues are not on the police. Like, I'm not stripping you of your rights, right? That is not. You can vote.
You are.
Wait. Hold on. What? Wait, hold on. Before I go back here a little bit, I'll go back like there. A side clap. Purchase and outlaw. Basic instincts cannot be controlled any longer. Cut me to a Dairy Queen on a sugar crash. I mean, honestly, like, I will admit, if the purge did happen, I wouldn't really, like, go out of my way to hurt anybody. I would just, like, outside of, like, maybe some very certain specific people. But the problem is, other people probably would have already gotten to them. So, fuck it. No reason to do that. So, I'll literally just go to, like, yeah, Dairy Queen, or like a Popeyes, or like a Five Guys or something, and be like, I demand you, like, yeah, I'll hold him at gunpoint. I'll be honest, I mean, it's the purge. I mean, no laws are on the books, for a day. So fuck it. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, it is the purge, hypothetically, if this were to be the thing. I hold him at gunpoint and be like, I demand you make me a fucking order. I'm not gonna hurt anybody as long as you do it, but fucking do it. And then I'll sit over there, rifle by my side, fucking, eat my shit. And I'll be like, thank you all for your service. Here's the tip. I'm sorry I had to do that, but it is the purge. I just wanted to ensure that you're all going to do it. That's all. And have a good day. And defend yourselves and have, and like, and you know what? Here's some ammo. I'll give them like a box or two of some 7.62 by 39 or some 12 gauge or some shit. Actually, 12 gauge. They probably have that more than anything. Like, honestly, like, I'd be kind of like almost like a Robin Hood in a way. Like, I mean, if I, like, because I would go to, like, food places and just be like, just make me food. I'll give you a tip afterwards, for the trouble. But, just because it is a purge, I don't know how you're all going to react, for me walking in. So, just fucking do it. And if not, there's going to be trouble. But if so, and y'all do it, we're all good. And I'll give you a tip. I'll even give you some 12 gauge ammo or some shit like that. And we'll all be Gucci. And then I'll just go to, like, another food place. Get some food there. Maybe I might go to Walmart and fucking, raid that place. And, maybe find, like, the Nike HQ and fucking burn that to the ground or something in Minecraft. I mean, because YouTube probably doesn't realize I'm talking about it hypothetically here. But, like, because Nike HQ is in, I think, in Beaverton. That's within travel distance of me. I can get there. I can go there and fucking make sure that shit is razed to the ground and becomes nothing but ashes. So, like, during the purge, like, if there's a purge, oh, fuck yeah. Like, I mean, I got some ideas. Lake Oswego, razed to the ground, gone. Westland, gone. literally every place that's NIMBY and bougie as fuck, gone. Like, I mean, I got ideas, okay? Like, I mean, if the purge were to be a thing, I got ideas for Portland. You know what? Silver lining at the end of the day, it'll be good. It'll be better. That's why the purge is there. Like, I mean, that's why the purge movies are there. I mean, like, hypothetically, in a way, I mean, it is an alternative to address and deal with a lot of problems in society. Just literally have one day, or I guess more specifically one night, you know, just dedicated to just dealing with all that shit, however you see fit, and, you know, just have at it. And whoever kind of like, you know, makes it out on top out of all that shit, then, hey, you did. And there you go. Boom. But you only got a certain time frame to do it. You know, beyond that, laws are what they are. And, you know, you will be punished as see fit, you know, as the laws are accordingly. But, you know, during the time of the purge, hey, have at it. So, you know, proletariat, get your shit together. Because if there is a purge, then you know what to do. How do we get into the purge? How do we get into this? Dude, my friend Harley would be so happy because, I mean, he loves the idea of the purge. Like, my friend Harley, like, you know, how Scotty on DFF, like, you know, how he's about annexing and invading Canada. My friend Harley is like that about the purge. Like, unironically. And he would be so happy right now, just because we're talking about this. Because he would just be like, yeah, purge. Because I know my friend Harley would have, like, a lot of motherfuckers in a lot of places that he would be hitting if he was in the purge. Oh my god, dude. You know what? Honestly, in a way, like, I kind of do see some validity to the idea of the purge. Like, as a hypothetical, like, idea and a concept, I do kind of see some validity to it. At the end of the day, I don't advocate for it, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. I do not advocate for it. I don't think it's a good idea. I do, despite that, though, see the validity and understanding to it, though. Like, because, I mean, if you basically have, like, literally one day, or at least, you know, like, the equivalent of, like, 12 hours to essentially, like, you know, like, fucking have at it, you know, when it comes to literally anything, because there's, like, no laws are, like, on the books anymore, basically, and, like, everything is legal, and, you know, everything beyond that time frame isn't. I mean, it kind of gives, like, a sense of a, you know, for people to be like, oh, okay, I don't have to really, you know, do these certain things, because I could just do it during this time, you know, like, of the year, because now, like, you know, that's where I can get away with it. So I don't have to really, like, act on these urges now. I could just wait and plot and scheme and shit like that. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I see validity in it. Like, again, I don't advocate for it. I don't support it. But I do see validity and understanding to the idea. Well, they say that the best revenge is living your best life, so you gotta rob them blind, so they're be fucking miserable. Well, if they live long enough, you know, if they live, you know, after the purge, then they're gonna want vengeance, and they're gonna basically have the equivalent of a vengeance quest against you. So, you gotta take advantage of the purge. You just gotta knock it out, you know, all at once. Like, if you're gonna do that, you gotta whack them. You just gotta do it. You gotta whack them. I mean, as brutal as it is, you gotta do it. You don't want them like the next purge, you know, for next year, for the next purge. You don't want them trying to fucking, you know, get vengeance on you. Because that wouldn't be good. Because then you have to defend your shit. And that ain't, you know, and you already have to do that already in the purge as it is. So it's like, you don't want extra variables added to it. Like, I mean, you want to try to be as, like, clean slate as possible with that shit. So it's all, you know, so if you don't want to have some guarantees about having to defend your shit and defend your life, just whack them. You gotta whack them. You just gotta do it. Like, if you fuck with somebody in the sense of, like, you know, where they're gonna want vengeance on you. Like, the reason why I said, like, you know, in the purge, if I'm holding, like, 5 guys at gunpoint to be like, hey, I want you to make me a fucking burger and some fries and shit like that. Like, the reason why I say a tip, I'm giving them all a fucking, tip. And I'm not just meaning like $5. I'm meaning like $100 and they could split it between them. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I mean, it's just so they don't get a vengeance quest on me, because they recognize, hey, I wasn't there to harm them. I just want food. That's it. Here's some, here's compensation, and, and you all can split between yourselves. You got a till. Like, I mean, you got a way to split that $100 into, like, 20s and 10s and 5s and shit like that. I mean, you got a till, so you can split that shit. So, just saying. Like, I mean, you gotta make sure, like, you play your balls right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, if you're gonna hit a restaurant or a fast food place, you gotta tip them extraordinarily generously, because then they won't go on a vengeance quest against you. And if you go whack somebody or go, like, fucking, like, hit their shit because they fucked with you at one point, like, you gotta whack them. You just have to. You just gotta whack them. Because if not, if you don't do that, they're gonna have a vengeance quest against you, and they're gonna fucking whack you the next purge. And you don't want that. You don't want to die in the next purge. So, you gotta whack them. It's either you or them. Like, unironically. I mean, when it comes to the purge. So, just saying. I mean, it's like, it's one of those situations where it's just like, you just gotta do it. I mean, obviously, you probably want to make it as clean as possible, depending on if it's like somebody you kind of sympathize with. It's like, hey, look, I hope you understand. I don't want you trying to do this to me, the next purge. So, look, if you, it's like, I think you understand, and just boop, just make it quick, painless, clean. I think that's, understandable. But, I mean, like, if you're, like, a motherfucker that's, going out there trying to, like, get some weird pleasure out of it, then, like, I mean, goddamn, I hope that motherfucker survives so they can get a vengeance quest upon you. Because that surely should happen. I'd be focusing on stealing money electronically. I would just take a little from a lot of people so no one notices. That'd be a good way to take advantage of the purge. I mean, that, and, what else? Maybe just, like, also, like, because honestly, I would assume a lot of people would probably, be wandering around and be out and about, so they want to be in their houses because they're trying to fucking, get other people. You know what I mean? Like, I'm assuming you could probably do home invasions pretty easily. I'm assuming if there's, like, families and shit, there's probably, like, a few people, like, guarding the homestead, so you probably want to be careful depending on, like, the house a little bit. But you might be able to get away with doing that. So, let's take a Taco Bell attempting to liberate the term Taco Tuesday from the bowels of the copyright law. I'm okay with it. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, honestly, everybody should have the rights to Taco Tuesday. Literally, every human being should be able to have the right to Taco Tuesday. As far as I'm concerned. Actually, if you want my hot take about it. Which includes Taco Bell. So, I want that to be public domain. Like, Taco Bell can use it, but literally everyone else can. Taco Tuesday should be public domain. Yep. Yeah. Third to last comment for something truly deranged. So what did you do on your purge? I killed someone. I ran someone over. What about you? There was a free sample tray of Publix that said take one. Yeah, so I took 2. Get the fuck away from me, you psycho! Dude, I do that shit, unironically. If there's samples, I just straight up will take like 2 or 3. I'll even ask. It's like, it's okay if I took 2 or 3? It's like, well, they are samples. I mean, they're there for you to sample. I'm like, hey, okay. I'll just take them. And at least, every experience I've had so far, the employees don't give a shit. So, I've just literally been doing that ever since. I'll literally ask, can I have, like, maybe 2 or 3 more? And they're like, sure. They don't give a fuck. I mean, because usually they have other samples on standby. That's usually why. Like, I mean, they have, like, a fuckload usually when I show up. So, I never have any problems about that. Right now, it's setting clean up by Taco John's, but they don't have the resources enforced against the tax joints. Huh. Taco Bell wants it to be public domain. I'm surprised they, at least so far, aren't trying to take it for themselves. Wait, Taco Bell unironically is advocating in court that Taco Tuesday should be public domain. So Taco Bell is actually advocating for the people? Dude, fuck yeah. I honestly thought they were trying to take the rights. Dude, they want a public domain? Based. Hell yeah, dude. Taco Bell with the clutch. I hope they win. What else do we have if not Taco Tuesday? Burrito Wednesday? Nah. I mean, burritos are nice, but they don't really fit in with the any days. Burrito Wednesday is just like, eh. Taco Tuesday, though, just... it's perfect. Taco Tuesday is a common term that people don't associate with any particular restaurant. It isn't a trademark at all. It can't be owned by any personal company. The goal is to liberate Taco Tuesday. And celebrate tacos, because when tacos win, we all win. Hell yeah, dude. I don't ironically agree with them with this. I just hope that they aren't trying to pull a fast one. Same. I agree with you on that. Salsa Sunday. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Salsa Sunday. Fuck yeah, dude. That works. Salsa Sunday. Oh, yeah. Salsa Sunday. Dude, that works. It kind of flows really well. That works. Quesadilla Thursday. That kind of works a little bit. Quesadilla Thursday. Not gonna lie, Taco John's is kind of nasty anyway. They have him in Montana. I've never had a Taco John's. I never even heard of a Taco John's. Like, that is like the most white, like, fast food version of like tacos I've ever heard. Taco John's, the most Anglo-Saxon tacos you've ever had, and they taste disgusting, because, of course. Like, I mean, go figure. Like, ugh. They could at least have done Taco Juan's. Taco Juan's. That would at least been better. Taco Juan. We have really derailed from this whole, like, video that we were watching. The most bland-ass tacos made specifically for bland-ass libertarians of Montana. That's sad. That is really sad. Taco John's. We made Taco Bell look authentic. Dude, true! Dude, I've never even had a Taco John's. I don't even know what they look like when it comes to their food or anything. But, like, I mean, it literally sounds like the most white Mexican food ever. Like, to where even Taco Bell can't even fucking fathom. It literally makes Taco Bell look authentic. You know what? At least there are certain foods about Taco Bell that, like, can at least, you know, be perceived as authentic, like the quesadillas. Like, you know, I mean, like, a quesadilla is a quesadilla. Like, I mean, you know, like, you can't really, like, unauthenticate a quesadilla. You know, and then there's, like, you know, like, some burritos and the wraps and stuff like that. I mean, you know, like, there's some stuff that, you know, like, aren't, like, super unauthentic about Taco Bell. But there's plenty of things that are, for sure. Absolutely. But, like, I mean, you can at least perceive some things as, you know, at least being somewhat semi-authentic. Like the quesadillas, stuff like that, yeah. The burritos, yeah, sure. You know, small, definitely. But, nonetheless, sure. You can at least, you know, make a technicality. The quesadildo. The quesadildo. The hot sauce is legit good. Taco Bell sauce, dude, Taco Bell's hot sauce is legit really fucking fire. I love Taco Bell's hot sauce. I will actually put that in other shit. Like, I honestly hope they fucking literally put, like, a bag full of, like, every sauce when I ask for sauce. Because, like, I'll put that sauce in other shit. And that shit, oh, dude, that sauce, because the hot sauce of Taco Bell is legitimately fire. Like, it is good. It is good shit. Like, I demand you fucking find some hot sauce that's better than that shit. Like, seriously. Like, I mean, and I love me some, like, La Victoria hot sauce. I love me some Tabasco. I love me some all that type of hot sauce, so. But Taco Bell's hot sauce, I don't know what it is about the sauce, dude. I don't know what they did with it, but the shit's fire. Shit fire as fuck. I just hate that it's in packets. Like, can they, like, actually, like, make that and, like, produce that in, like, jars or something like that so I can fucking buy it at a store? Like, unironically, because I would do that. I'm being serious. I would do that. I would buy that shit in jars, dude. If they sold that shit in stores, I would buy it. But they don't. It's lame. Boo. Unironically, Taco Bell could make a fucking killing doing that shit. Like, a killing. Guarantee you, like, multi-million-dollar investment right there, dude. Guaranteed. I swear the shit Taco Bell literally has the Nacho Crunch beef burrito. I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure you're right. They do sell it jars. Winco sells it. What? Wait, they do? What? Oh my god, they actually sell the hot sauce? It's at a Winco. Oh my, alright. I need to make a pilgrimage to the Winco. Talk about fire sauce, I've seen it at Winco. Yo. They have Taco Bell branded beans also? Ugh. Nah, fuck that. I just want the sauce. I literally just want the sauce. Fuck the beans. Ugh. That don't really sound good. I'd rather have, like, you know, any other beans. But the sauce? Oh. 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 Oh, hell yes. I know what I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna go to Winco. I'm gonna buy some of that hot sauce. And if my fucking local Winco don't got that fucking hot sauce, I'm gonna fucking riot. I'm gonna riot inside that Winco. Next fucking public freakout you see, you just see me freaking out because there's no fucking hot sauce, Taco Bell hot sauce in the fucking Winco. Oh my god. That's how I just get myself the fucking fame. Damn. Full Szechuan McDonald's at Winco. Dude, I mean... I mean, I will admit, I mean, it is tempting. The idea of doing that just literally for the fuck of it, I mean, is kind of tempting, I will admit. Ignore jumps on the register, starts twerking. Oh my god, yep, yeah, fuck it. You know what? If I end up having a Karen moment, I am definitely doing that. I have to. Like, that is my destiny now. Like, if I have to pull a Karen, like, if I'm gonna ever do something where I have to be a Karen and be on, like, a public freakout or something like that, I'm gonna be twerking on a fucking register. Like, that needs to be a thing now. that most certainly needs to be a thing. Anyway. Because Chad posts his own vid on to public freakout. Yeah, I post my own freakout to you to fuck a public freakout. It's the ultimate Chad maneuver, dude. Dude, honestly, you know what? Has there ever been like a Reddit post on public freakout like that, where someone's public freakout was actually posted because they were the freakout person? Like, has that actually happened? You know what? I should do that. You know what? Even if it is like a, orchestrated and a kind of like, preemptively done thing, I should do it. Do a purposely done public freakout and post it as as a public freakout, as my own thing on public freakout. It's like this Karen is literally the person who posted the video on Public Freakout. What you gonna do about that? Ask me anything. I could put on the Ask Me Anything subreddit too. Be like, what's my thought process? You know, going through, you know, doing that. So I mean, that can also happen as well. Damn. Is it worth potentially losing my job over? At this point, fuck it. I mean, I'm gonna, you know, like, eventually, you know, get the fuck out of there eventually. So, you know, hell, you know what? If that's how I go out, if that's how I get fired, fuck yeah. You know what? Yeah. You know what? It's worth it. I might just want to do it. I might just actually do it. Oh man, dude. Yeah, you just delete us right out of my... Oh man. I mean, you want to know how I know that wouldn't happen? It's because, unironically, I got a union to back me up. That's what's sad. I mean, like, I guess this is the silver lining about unions, is that even over some weird hubris like this, I probably couldn't get fired over my job over it. You know what? Probably a good thing, though. I mean, but still, it's like... This is the rare exception where it's like, hey, union, don't defend me, please. Like, I don't want you doing this for me. This is their private life. You can't just fucking, you know, fire them over this. Like, well, guess what? I want them to. Don't defend me over this. Just let it happen. Just let it happen this one time. Oh, man, dude. Anyway, we're like totally fucking derailed from this little video that we're watching, so we're gonna get back into the video. Just give me the map.
Then
She's constantly being held at gunpoint.
Yeah, and she is the most held at gunpoint cop in America, and she's killed everyone.
Yeah, she's Nicole.
Yeah, she has.
There's given.
No,
God damn it.
Successfully.
It's gonna be like, let's skip to fucking when the video's being played again, and literally as soon as I do it, it's being played again.
All of her targets that held her at gunpoint.
Ellensfield.
There's tasers, pepper balls, like...
Societal issues are not on the police. Like, I'm not stripping you of your rights, right? That is not...
Wait. Did that one cop just literally say that, like, societal issues aren't... Well, hey, guess what? Some of them are. I wouldn't necessarily say all of them are, but yeah, guess what? There's a good chunk of societal issues that are, bro. Like, when it comes to, like, you know, like... revisit it, god damn it, like recidivation rates, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, like, people, like, going back into prison and shit, you know, due to, like, various different economic conditions and things like that, like, those play a major fucking role into, you know, like societal issues that kind of cops play a role into that. So, huh?
You can vote. I don't give a shit. You can vote. You can carry a gun.
No, your job directly does that. What do you mean? Like, you're talking to fucking ex-convicts. Like, you have stripped them of their rights when you arrested them at the point of arrest.
You can do all that. That is not my...
Right? I mean,
the idea is like, oh, well, hey, guess what? You can vote and stuff like that. Blah, blah, blah. Well, like, there are some, you know, places where, you know, the laws are where, like, you know, convicts and felons, hey, guess what? They can't vote. And you know what? They probably should. You know what? I'll even take it a step further. I think, you know, even if you happen to be in jail or in prison, you should have the right to fucking vote there too as well. And should have, you know, access, you know, to news and information, you know, as well, you know, while there too. So you should at least have, like, you know, some basic, you know, sense of, like, you know, information of what's going on in the outside world. So yeah, I'm gonna take a step further. Hot take. So radical, I know.
My job in life. My job is, you've been accused of a crime. I got to take you to jail because this, and the third. I'm done.
You're saying that we should have pepper spray, tasers to Michigan State University or Uvalde? Is that what you're saying? So you telling me that if I'm a cop, I have no gun?
Why does he literally keep going to, like, this fucking bald-headed piece of shit literally keeps going to mass shootings? Like, oh, what? We should have, like, pepper balls and pepper spray at, like, Uvalde or Michigan State shooting, blah, 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 blah. It's like, hey, guess what, buddy? There's a rare certain circumstances where those don't apply. We're talking about daily fucking circumstances where you might get stopped for a traffic stop, or you might get, pulled over, for some reason or another, or, a cop stops you while you're on the sidewalk or some shit, things like that. We're talking about shit like this, you fucking bald-headed piece of shit. That's what we're talking about here when we're referring to things like this.
Uvalde, dog, Uvalde's the worst example. I am a firm believer that if you are thumb-like, if you look like a thumb, the more thumb-like you are, the more ACAB you are. ACAB in this community does not always stand for all cops are bastards. It
his little dog Kaya's going off.
Stands for assigned
She's
cop
even
at birth.
ACAB.
Oh, okay.
So what I firmly believe and genuinely believe is that you're assigned assigned cop at birth. What I'm trying to say is this man, the proof's in the pudding. I mean, a thumb.
Yeah.
He's ACAB and he is a cop. Yeah. And he definitely is a cop and he's very thumb-like.
But also,
Well, he said to the community, like maybe
No, that's not what he said. The
The
prompt is, should cops be unarmed? Hold on a second. You just got done watching probably the most tragic incidents in probably historically. Uvalde, may I add. Just kids.
Wait.
For crying out loud.
He literally continues to fucking talk about Uvalde like it's like some sort of yep, we did good there. No, you didn't. The police at Uvalde, the Uvalde Police Department literally did nothing for over an hour and a half. Why is this thumb-headed motherfucker continuously bring up Uvalde like it's supposed to be a point? This is a point, for the convicts, not you piece of shit. The idea that, the cops did fuck one, at Uvalde, they literally did shit last second after, everyone got pretty much fucking slaughtered. So, that's when cops didn't decide to do something. And you know what? Not only the cops, Uvalde did not do anything, they actually were pepper spraying and arresting parents who decided to say, you know what, fuck these cops, I'm gonna fucking step in there and do shit myself, and actually try to fucking, save the day because the cops aren't doing anything. The cops tried to step in and fucking stop the parents for doing shit like that. The rare fucking instance where, one of these parents, could have been a quote-unquote good guy with a gun, the cops stepped in the way and said, fuck you. We're gonna pepper spray you and tase you and shit like that, and then arrest your ass. It's the cops there fucking did, nothing but add to the fucking trauma of that shooting. That's all they did. They were scum. They were subhuman trash. I mean, it's insane that this idea that, the Uvalde cops were somehow, stepped in, or some shit. No, they didn't. They literally did that last second after the fucking parents, goddamn near revolted against them, basically. Because a lot of those parents, just gonna be blunt, were carrying guns. And because a lot of them understood the circumstances and realized what the fuck was going on, and went there with the intention of if these cops don't do anything, I'm gonna do something myself. And some of them tried, and they got arrested and fucking tased and pepper sprayed over it. It's the rare time where a good guy with a gun, as much as these conservatives want to bemoan about that, the rare fucking time where that might have actually been meritable and actually would have helped. The cops actually literally stepped in the way and stopped it. So, this, everything, these conservatives, value and shit is literally, at the same time counter, thetical to what the fuck they believe. It's oh, well, a good guy gun stops a bad guy gun. Not if the cops that you fucking suck the cock of day in, day out fucking stop them. Not if you bootlick the police day in, day out to the point where they will stop the good guy again. Fucking morons.
Sitting here saying
it's trying to defend capitalists and then point to the American healthcare system. For real, dude. Pretty much is.
What is it would you like me to do if someone has an AK-47 killing kids? That's my question to you.
Okay, you shouldn't have guns at all.
Police violence
is blown out of proportion. What social media has done is just allowed everyone to see what's happening in the moment, right? Before we got it weeks later, months later, years later, so no one knew what was going on. But now we have the ability to film it in the moment and say, hey, look at this, and this is what's being captured. And violence that's perpetrated against people who, whether they're doing something wrong or not, is so, I mean, it's to the point where it's not even harmful anymore. It's tragic. Why? Because we're all human beings. And there's a culture of violence that perpetuates within the department itself. And I've had good cops reach out to me and said, they're not listening. And if they know I'm saying anything, I'm gone or I'm going to be hurt.
Police violence is completely blown out of proportion.
After everything she fucking said. Like, everything she was just saying there is not, incorrect at all. Like, there was nothing really wrong with what she was saying. And then you got this dip fuck being like, this idea of police violence and stuff is blown out of proportion, bruh. Like, what? Like, what the fuck? You kidding me? Like, no, it's not. Like, I mean, what type of fucking world are you living in, you thumb-headed motherfucker? Also, where's Kaya in here? Where's that cute little doggo? Oh, is that where she is? Is that her? That weird little fluff over there?
Dude, how can you say
response to that.
How can you say that with a straight face? Like, like it's completely blown out of proportion in comparison to what? Like an alien universe where like they're killing even more people? Like that's 2,000 deaths a year, right?
I think it's
like 1,800, something along those lines. Like, that's crazy, man. You look at any other fucking country, which also has a police force, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this or not. They have cops too. They're not killing thousands of fucking people, man.
They're also just better at dealing with difficult situations.
Yeah.
I mean, also, yeah, well, definitely. I mean, there was like that infamous clip, like in France, that happened, like what? Like not even that long ago. Like that was like, I mean, this was like literally like what? Like 5-6 months ago, maybe about. This is like literally like at the very end of last year, about, give or take. And, or at the very beginning of this year. Like there was this French woman with a shotgun who was like, obviously mentally unstable and like was in the streets, threatening to shoot people and shit. And the French police showed up and like no one got hurt. She didn't get hurt or anything. In fact, actually, when she got tackled and fell to the ground, the gun she had, the shotgun, discharged and potentially could have hurt somebody, but didn't. And over the fact that the cop was able to tackle and not have anyone get hurt or killed, be able to disarm and detain her. And also, a couple years ago, there was this guy with a machete in the United Kingdom where, like, an entire police force was able to, with riot shields and basically with enough time, was able to wear him down and basically literally use riot shields as like basically like a little dome to surround him with, and then have a couple, have at least 1 or 2 cops, restrain him, and then have another one grab his machete, and then have another guy fucking detain him and arrest him and shit. And no one got hurt, and no one died. Like, I mean, like, countries in, like, other countries are able to fucking, address, even very overtly violent, situations and shit without the need of anyone fucking getting hurt or dying. But here in America, oh, you gotta fucking magged up a motherfucker, if they happen to get violent, though. You gotta magged up your Glock. Sure, if you want to talk, yeah, your issues out like a little bitch. Yeah, like a little lib bitch, little pussy, like a communist. Meh.
What's the argument here? Are the French better? Like, are they just like better than us? Is that what you're saying? Like,
yes.
Their cops are just like built different? Like, how? Maybe they just have a system of accountability. Less guns on the street. They have legislation that also works alongside the police force on top of that as well.
Except if it's children many Roblox to go right ahead.
But these guys also, that's the funniest part, is like libertarian cops, which immediately is like oxymoronic, but who cares? And then cops who are also for gun, for no gun restrictions whatsoever. It's like, you're making your job harder, you fucking idiot. It doesn't make sense.
It's completely biased. Why isn't nonviolence or me saving someone's life not blown out of proportion?
Can the disagree step forward?
Because that should be the norm, and that should be the typical, like, role of a police officer, is using de-escalatory tactics and non-violent means, and, like, you know, and the idea of saving people's life and shit. Like, I mean, that should be the norm. That's why that shit isn't quote-unquote blown out of proportion. That's why you motherfuck. Because that should just be the norm. That should be like, oh, cool. Cops being a cop. I mean, at least in that sense, I mean, that should be considered a good thing. But it ain't. Because that's not how in America, especially, cops operate. Because they don't. So, like, this thumb-headed, bald-headed motherfucker literally is, like, the most, like, densest piece of shit, dude. Like, this guy has no fucking sense of introspection at all. It's like, what, you can't look in the fucking mirror for like 2 fucking seconds there, bro? Like, really? You can't for 1 second? Even? Seriously? Libertarians are already pretty oxymoronic. Yeah, they pretty are. Pretty much are. France land equal Unionland. That's why there's a ton of videos of unionists whooping the hog ass. Oh, dude. It makes me fucking cream so hard. I'm not even gonna lie. It really unironically does. Like, I mean, like, the fucking, like, piss and vigor that the labor movement and trade unions have in France, like, I fucking wish, like, trade unionists here in America had the same mentality. I mean, I guess in a way they kind of do, but just not in the same, like, direct action, like, you know, fuck you, we're gonna just basically, like, burn it down, you know, type of, you know, mentality. Like, it's not that. It's like, well, guess what? Nowadays, we need that. So it's like, what the fuck? Better be union brewed cream. It is. It is very certainly union brewed cream. It's my own New Worker Co-op unionized brewed cream that comes from the source.
I believe it's blown out of proportion because I believe it's just barely getting the exposure that it needs.
It is what it is. That's what it is. Each time.
One is unionized version of Bailey's. Bailey's is Irish, right? Shouldn't it already be unionized? I mean, Ireland has actually legit pretty, you know, staunch labor history, so, I mean, I would figure there would at least be, isn't it? I would have figured it would be. Isn't it?
Encounter the causes. It's just been like the most negative experience of my life. Like, I'm addicted to the news, and every time I turn on the news, it's another cop killing. Like you said, maybe they don't report what's good out there, but they do report the bad. And I watch it every day of my life. Like, I see how the cops treat people.
If I may ask you, if you did see the good, would that give you a different perception about the police?
It's not that.
I mean, hey. Okay, I guess his name's Marlon. It popped up there for a second. Marlon, you bald-headed buddy. Not the Hispanic guy, but like the other bald-headed guy. The bald-headed cop guy. Hey. It would, if that was the predominant, you know, culture of police. That would. But it isn't. That's unfortunately the exception to the rule. That's the problem. Like, I mean, the more positive aspects about American cops is the exception to the rule, not the fucking norm. That's the issue. Like, I mean, just because you might be able to find a rare circumstance, you know, a cop, you know, that actually might be kind of cool or pretty decent or actually abiding by the idea of what it is to be a cop and shit, like, you might be able to find an exception to the rule, you know, dotted throughout the country and shit here in America, but, like, that's the problem. Like, because, like, they're not the norm. They, you know, are exception to the rule in the system. That's the problem. Like, I mean, the positive aspects to policing and shit in this country is the exception to this rule. That's the, like, so, like, I mean, it doesn't change my perspective. Just because I might be able to, like, find some exception here and there, and even then, that just might be, like, some veneer they're pulling off just to get away from some other shit anyway. Like, just because there might be some positive aspect for a cop here and there and shit, doesn't mean that police, period, are somehow, like, good. That's just bullshit. That's ridiculous.
see the good is that it just doesn't. I haven't seen it happen. I haven't experienced it. I haven't heard nobody in my community like have anything good.
So I've seen the good. When I was 16 years old, I'm in my 40s. I actually had a police officer who was my hero. Every contact since in multiple states, multiple divisions, has violated me, stolen from me, taken from me, and stripped me of every value I ever had. The way y'all talk to me, the approach, I'm so respectful. 18,000, that's what you said? Divisions?
No, 1,800.
1,800? How many prisons are there? And how many inmates? And then we're disarmed when we come home. We can't vote, so I can't compete with you on my laws. I can't carry a gun. I can't defend myself. I can't even carry a knife. The exposure is barely there. We need more exposure. I'm from the LA County area, from the islands of Hawaii originally. Every police in between them seas to the East Coast has always spoken with disrespect. They don't pull us over on a speeding ticket like, hi, how's your day? How you doing? Do you got any emergencies going on?
Yeah, they come with their guns.
When's the last time you was arrested?
Who, me?
No, I'm just saying that's the approach when you come to the car window, right? Is on guard.
You want to know why is it who, me?
God, dude, I love her. Dude, everything she was fucking saying was on par. 100% fucking accurate. I mean, it's just like this is she's like, you know, legit, like, you know, like the most honest, you know, reflection of, like, you know, what our policing is. Like, you know, as being a victim of it, sadly. I mean, and also being somebody like me, in a way. Like, she grew up, she said it, you know, at the very beginning. Like, I grew up where I had somebody who was a cop who I considered a hero. You know, where, like, in my community, you know, when I grew up, like, when, you know, she grew up in Hawaii, from what she said. Like, she had, you know, and somebody, you know, when she grew up, you know, like, you know, knowing who was a cop in Hawaii, who she considered a hero. And ever since then, whenever she happened to be literally anywhere else, and when it came to pretty much, like, every other instance, you know, when it came to anyone outside the community, and considering she was basically, for all intents and purposes, a foreigner in these, you know, communities that she happened to be a part of, the cops treated her like fucking shit. They treated her like she was probably some vagrant or a thug, no matter what, despite, you know, her being polite, being nice, being very soft-spoken, you know, like, I mean, she's a very soft-spoken person. Like, I mean, there's nothing about her that strikes me as like this, oh shit, she's gonna, like, you know, fucking do something to me, you know, whatever the fuck. I mean, she's a very soft-spoken, very individual, and, like, it sounds very humble. Like, I mean, so, like, she is literally just a victim of our policing and the, you know, and how cops are in this country. That, you know, she literally just is. Everything she was, you know, she just said was absolutely fucking true and fucking valid as fuck, as far as I'm concerned. The gall of the New York City shed. A beer has ever met me could tell you, I love all people, I love all cultures. I was actually planning on a road trip for Africa before this happened. Wait, the New York City shed. Is that the, fucking, guy who killed, Jordan Neely? Because if that is what he said, then oh my fucking god. You know what? I hope he does get a trip to Africa, but make sure that he's in Sudan or Ethiopia right now. Especially Sudan. Like, I want him to go to Sudan right now, dude. Because, oh boy, I'm sure he would last, you know, pretty quickly there, wouldn't he? You took a, but I got a black flag to the next level. It's like, yeah, I love all people and all cultures, and I'm actually was about to go to Africa and stuff, bruh. To, you know, do trophy hunting on some giraffe that I wanted to go hunt in safari, bruh. It's like, you scumfuck motherfucker, dude. It's like, man. It's like, I hope that trip involves Sudan, because if so, then oh boy, I hope you never came back.
Because he knows cops don't get fucking arrested, dog. Exactly. How many crimes has this motherfucker personally committed? Like, if they were a civilian, 99% of the things he's doing as a part of his regular job would be a crime, okay? It's ridiculous. I know that sounds so strange to say, because you're like, what? They're a cop. Of course they're supposed to be.
What if you don't invite someone on a trip to his family to Elmine after he gets out of prison? You know what? Elon Musk, unironically, probably would do that. Didn't he call that shit a fucking psyop? Like, I'm pretty sure Elon Musk literally called that shit like a psyop, and he called him, like, you know, a fucking hero or some shit. like
violate the laws. It's like, no, they're not. They're still fucking. They are still normal human beings.
Or did he call like the fucking Nazi that did that mass shooting in Texas? I think it was that actually.
Okay? The idea that they are able to literally fucking do whatever they want, run red lights, all this shit. We have been socially conditioned into thinking that, like, oh no, they're constantly throwing themselves in front of bullets that are hailing at them, so they're allowed to fucking do all this shit.
Well, it's true for Nicole. Nicole is constantly being held at gunpoint.
Yeah, she is the most held at gunpoint cop in Tennessee. It's so weird. She's really bad at her job.
Or she's good at it, because she's finding all of the criminals.
Yeah.
What if I speak to you with respect and you go back there and you pull my license and it says parole date 2036?
You're still gonna get treated with respect.
I've never, not one time. So you guys are four out of hundreds.
You can come do ride-alongs
And that's
with
fine.
me.
But what I'm saying is I'm coming to you.
I will
What do you
show
want?
you.
No,
Yeah.
Nicole, don't. It's a trap. You're gonna get a gun. Someone's gonna pull up on you with a gun. Don't do it with Nicole. Fuck.
It's the most dangerous ride-along.
You say you can do a ride-along with me. No, thank you, ma'am. Actually, I will not do that. As a matter of fact, because.
I mean, honestly, this weird idea that, like, you're just, like, ride-alongs and shit is, like, a little weird. Like, I mean, it's like, why would I want to fucking partake in that weird-ass shit? It's like, ugh. It's like, oh, yeah, let me get in a circumstance or a situation where your ass might, you know, be doing, like, your stereotypical cop shit, and I get to fucking be exposed to it, where I might, you know, fucking get, like, shot at because your dumbass is fucking shooting at people. It's like, oh, great, yeah.
You know, I
nice.
don't like to have guns pulled on me.
I'm for this and that and the
Your
third.
computer doesn't
Now,
tell
if
you
you're
what,
an
that's
asshole,
my response.
if
If
you're
your
an
computer
asshole,
doesn't tell you, you got to do your job.
Yeah, and the dynamics change because everybody's got body-worn video now, or dashboard video, and everything's recorded. All those contacts.
That's not even true. Like, most of the police departments don't have fucking body cams or dash cam videos and shit. Like, the Milwaukee Police Department and the Portland Police Bureau, for example, they don't. Like, I mean, so, what the fuck? That's not true. That's bullshit. Like, I mean, like, what? The idea that, like, oh, well, you know, this is like dash cam and, like, body cam footage that is just, like, readily available and stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, come on now. It's like, no, it's like, that's bullshit. Like, a lot of police departments in this country don't have that shit as, like, their fucking standard, as a norm, you know, for police officers to abide by. That's just bullshit.
Why do you guys have body cam?
Famously, when body cameras came out, police violence, 0.
Yeah, and also they always catch the footage because they're always turned on.
Yeah, famously, it's never famously turned off, inoperable, or sometimes when you're like gonna plant evidence, for example. I mean, cops would never do that.
No.
Oh,
like,
never.
You know,
at all.
the body camera's technically always on.
15-second cycle.
And with a 15, yeah, when you turn it on,
oh my god,
it automatically.
I just realized that Kaya is getting fucking huge. Look at her. Oh my god, look at it. She's getting huge. Oh my goodness.
Recording from 15 seconds prior to you turning it on. You know that. Okay, yeah. And then sometimes you forget to time that correctly, or forget that is a thing. So then
that shit is on. Well.
Get caught
yeah, obviously.
planting evidence on body camera because 50 seconds prior to you turning on the body camera to suspiciously find evidence, you ended up planting it yourself. Can be up to 6 seconds depending on how it was. Yeah, depending on how woke the liberals are. Okay, how communist they are.
You get a woke 60-second body cam.
How much of a woke communist you are?
For transparency. It's for transparency. So if I do something, the public knows why I did something. That's what it's for. I grew up in the era of body cam, so I'm fine with it. I turn it on every single time. I've had people say, hey, this person is...
You just said it!
Wait. You grew up in an era? Dude, bro, you look like you're like, you know, 30-something. Like, I mean, I don't think there was body cams in like the 1990s or 80, you know, like in the early 2000s shit there, bro. Like, what? Like, nah, dude. Bullshit.
You're voluntarily being a good person, okay? The idea that it's like voluntary is insane.
It's rude, this person, this and that and the third, and they watch the body cam, did nothing that they said. Bingo. And
But technology is policing you. So technology has little air.
He said body cameras are actually good because it helps the cops, is what he's saying, because they're always good. And people often lie falsely about their behavior. So the body camera proves them right.
Which is not really the case. I mean, in a way, partially is, because, like, I mean, if there is a cop that is justified, I mean, the body cam can prove that. But, I mean, it also can prove, at the same time, that, like, you know, cops, you know, who are doing criminality and corrupt fucking actions as well. Like, I mean, it's a two-way street, really. Like, I mean, that's kind of the whole point of body cams, is to be like, hey, which cops are doing good shit and which cops are being corrupt and fucking doing criminal action. That's the whole idea. And, you know, having something that, you know, kind of, you know, reminds them, is like, hey, fucking stay in check, because if you do criminal shit, we can watch that. That's the camera that documents both sides of the conversation. Exactly. So, I mean, all in all, I mean, it's like, it's kind of a two-way street. It helps, you know, protect, you know, good cops, and also, you know, weed out, you know, ones who are legitimately bad. Which, unfortunately, there's going to be a shitload of bad ones, you know, but, like, that will get weeded out. But, like, hey, at least the good ones will be able to stick around and help, like, you know, enforce, like, an actual good police system. If it was actually properly enforced in the actual federal law, which it should be, but it ain't, so.
Sure, I'm sure that happens all the time, brother.
Human beings are policing us in the community of a community that you don't even know our values. You come from 30 miles away is the difference in the values. So I believe that it does need more exposure beyond the cameras that you...
You're supposed to be like...
Absolutely. Like, I mean, for the Portland Police Bureau, for example, what is it, like 90% of, like, the police officers in the Portland Police Bureau don't live in Portland? It's literally like 10-something% of them that do. Like, that's a fuck problem. That's an issue. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? It's like, huh? Like most of you literally don't even live here, and yet you're trying to police and enforce, you know, these communities and shit. You don't even know how they are and how they operate and shit, and don't live here. Like, the fuck?
Of course, we're in nice neighborhoods that are sheltered away, that, you know, we were able to develop with your tax dollars as we, like, hyper enforce your neighborhoods. We don't want to live in shit neighborhoods, dog, that we have to hyper, you know, enforce.
And the cops are there all the time.
Yeah, I don't want to live there. It sucks.
I hate the cops.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you're gonna say it needs more exposure, I think the good side also needs more exposure. I think policing in a whole needs more exposure.
I mean, I grew up with that in school, DARE programs and all these false hopes.
But that's not, the DARE
That's your
program has
exposure.
nothing to do with patrol and being out on the streets and working with people and families out on the streets. I see the good in policing, but I also see the bad in policing. So, like I said, if this one side needs more exposure, I think it all needs more exposure.
I think Nicole
I grew up
needs
in
a
the
show,
community.
honestly.
I'm not judging you, but yet you...
I mean, it's like the idea that, like, oh, well, that, like, you know, the good also needs exposure just as much as the bad. It's like, I mean, I guess, but, like, what does that have to do with, like, actually, you know, solving the issues, though? It's like, I mean, if you're, like, you know, a former cop and, you know, can supposedly understand and see, you know, the bad and the problems, you know, within it, then how come you're so fucking complacent and willing to just, like, you know, let it be, so to speak, really? I mean, honestly, it's like, I mean, what is that weird fucking shit?
The uniform, you automatically judge me, and I don't think that's fair.
I'm not judging you, he says to the guy with face tats. I'm sure. I'm sure if you saw the guy with face tats, you'd be like, oh, I will be nice to this guy down the street.
Well, because that comes from her experience. That's what she's trying to say. It's like as soon as the uniform is put on, the badge, it like, and for most, because I'm in that work, and I see it, and it's like the ego comes in, or that power, and as human beings, we must
stop.
Oh, is this Nicole's Instagram?
Oh my God, her name is Blue Line Barbie.
Oh my God, hold on. Hot diggity damn, dude. Yo! Dude, is that cop chick or some shit? Is that her? Oh my God. Dude. Yo. I could give her a couple of fucking thin blue lines, I tell you what. I tell you what, brother.
Her name is Blue Line Barbie.
Blue Line, dude. Unironically, her name on Instagram is Blue Line Barbie. Oh my god, yep. I can literally give her like a few blue lines. I tell you what.
Under fire.
She not a natural redhead?
Yeah.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor, dude. She's not even a natural. Dude, oh my god, it is that fucking cop. Dude, the cop with the red hair and shit that look all frazzled or whatever the fuck. Dude, this is her shit. Oh my god, dude. She literally has some sultry oh my god. Giggity damn, dude. Yo! Hello! Whoa, alright. Oh, man. I think I might have a warrant for my arrest. Oh, shit.
Is this real? Is she a real cop? Is this a joke, right? She's not actually a cop. Okay, that looks pretty...
Yo! 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 Like, I mean, no way! Dude! Is she a cop? Is she really a cop? I mean, is she though? I mean, like, or is she really wanting to thin blue line? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, come on now. Like, what's going on here?
I can be your devil or your angel.
Oh my god, no, she really is. That's her, and then that's... Oh my, what the fuck? Yo, why do I have weird feelings now all of a sudden? Oh my god. Yo.
Both women of steel. I want to join her ride along.
Yo, dude, yep, dude. Oh man, I'd probably have a good fun ride along.
Blue lives matter. Get out, get out.
Oh my god. Oh fuck, dude, that was a gem. Oh man, I'm so glad, dude. I don't know who discovered that, but oh my fuck, dude. Oh, wow, I'm so glad that happened. Oh man, dude. Hubba hubba, mama mia, papa pia. Oh man, dude.
Does anybody agree
Oh my
with the prompt?
And everything's a...
Okay. Okay, oh, wait, what? This guy's the LA sheriff's picking a fight with the union over police gangs. Wait, what? Really? I want to check this out. To kind of derail us for a second. Los Angeles sheriff orders deputies to show tattoos to be interviewed about alleged gangs. So basically the entire LAPD. Because, like, there are sub-gangs within the LAPD. Like, there are, like, white supremacists and, you know, shit like that and stuff. I mean, like, dude, pretty much the entire LAPD would basically have to be fired. They're basically forced to offer show the tats. Yeah, and there's actually legitimately, like, like, police-specific gang-affiliated tats, you know, that they have. And every, you know, little subgroup of the LPD, depending on where they fucking, you know, happen to be, you know, enforcing the law and shit, certain neighborhoods and certain precincts and certain shit have certain tattoos, you know, to signify, you know, their area, basically. But the LAPD definitely has gangs also. Yeah, and I guarantee you the LA sheriffs do too, for sure. I honestly guarantee you they do. Of course they do. Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, they're just kind of butthurt that, like, you know, the LAPD is, like, so brazen and not being so secretive about it. And they're like, what the fuck? Eh. And this is kind of like a retaliation from what it sounds like. It just kind of sounds like blue-on-blue retaliation and, like, blue-on-blue violence, basically. Whatever. I'm okay with it. Fuck them.
Can the disagreeers step forward?
That prompt, it's a very open-ended question. I shared a part of my story earlier about the person, the officer.
What was the question?
Get out, get out, get out.
Committing a crime is never justified.
Oh, come on.
Does anybody agree?
Committing a crime is never justified? What? It depends on the crime, I guess. Like, petty crime or crimes of poverty can certainly be justified. I mean, in my opinion, like, just because of, like, you know, socioeconomic conditions and shit like that. But, like, things like, you know, murder and shit like that, I mean, no, obviously not. But honestly, like, I mean, even then, like, depending on the motherfucker who's murdered, I mean, there could technically be an argument that, like, oh, did they deserve it or some shit? But, like, most people would certainly say no, even if they don't like the motherfucker. So, like, I mean, like this is loaded as fuck. I mean, it's like, huh? How many of these people have never speeded before? I mean, that too. It's like, I mean, people speeding can be justified and shit. I mean, depending on what's going on and with why they sped, you know, when it came to the crime on that. Jaywalking is still illegal in some states and cities. Yeah. And also, there's no, I mean, there doesn't have to be a justification for that either. I mean, this question is just kind of fucking ridiculous in my opinion. I mean, it's just like loaded as fuck, a little ridiculous, and also like certain crimes, you know, don't need a justification. They just are stupid and irrelevant, like jaywalking. Like, so, I mean, like literally in fucking Europe, when I was in Iceland, for example, like, when you're in downtown Reykjavik with the roads there, like, they're pedestrian. Like, people can walk on those roads just as much as cars can drive on them. So there's like the concept of jaywalking is not even a fucking thing. It's just not a concept. Like, that's just like a weird thing over here in America for some reason. That's just like it's a weird thing over here. Like the idea that jaywalking, crossing a street that isn't like an official pedestrian crosswalk is like illegal. Like, that's just like a weird thing here in America in a lot of places. Jaywalking is literally a fake crime created by the U.S. auto lobby. Yep, exactly. That's what it is. Like, I mean, it's just a bullshit law that should never exist in the first place. Dude, you know how many times I've jaywalked? I mean, I could literally be Jeff Bezos rich if I, you know, counted how many times I jaywalked. You know, for every dollar that I did it. And for every time I did that, you know how much fucking money I probably would have gotten fined for doing so? I mean, holy fucking shit. I mean, I jaywalk pretty much almost goddamn nearly every fucking time I, like, you know, cross the street, you know, to go to work. I mean, it's like I jaywalk literally pretty much all the time. Jaywalking is legal in Portland? Well, yeah, in Portland it is. I mean, at least in Milwaukee, I don't know if it is or not. Like, I actually don't know a law about jaywalking over here and shit, but I would assume that it probably isn't necessarily legal, at least in Clark County. But yeah, in Portland, yeah, it is, because, I mean, it's kind of inferred that there's going to be people crossing the street, you know, when they aren't supposed to, but obviously they most certainly can and will be safe doing so. So, that's why, I mean, it's a bullshit law.
Agree with the prompt?
Everything's a crime now.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
I kind of don't disagree with that, honestly.
Prompt. It's a very open-ended question. I shared a part of my story earlier about the person, the officer, who was there.
It's like the right side of the table I totally get. The left side of the table I'm like, ooh, what do they mean?
Just the crimes they commit on the.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're like, yeah, I mean, sometimes you're gonna do a crime, you know? What do you mean?
I mean, planting evidence is technically a crime.
Yeah.
And he committed a crime against me. Was he justified? Because he was a police officer, a detective. I forgave him. And so that's why I couldn't step forward, because I had to pause for a second. I have to take a neutral stance here because that's not our reality.
I was 14 years old and I was deciding to not go to school, and my stepdad came up and yanked a cover out from underneath me, and I hit the ground off of a bunk bed, and I got up cussing him, and he slapped me across my face, and I was the one that was taken to juvenile hall. Damn it, my crime was justified. You know, I think with anybody, with any crime,
that's not even a crime. That's just self-defense. I mean, whatever she's describing there, I mean, just is literally self-defense. That's not a crime. Like, I mean, what happened was she was falsely accused of a crime when she didn't commit a crime. She was defending herself. So, she's misconstruing defending herself as a crime, which it wasn't. Which she's actually, considering she's formerly a cop, apparently, or, you know, or at least maybe currently, but at least formerly, especially, I mean, I don't know, but like, I mean, she's a cop at least, you know, to some extent, like, she should know that at that point, then, that some laws or some crimes are not necessarily justifiable, or not necessarily meritable, or, you know, falsely accusable. So, like, by your own personal experience, you are falsely accused of a crime you did not commit. So, like, that's not like a crime that's justified. You simply didn't commit one. Like, I mean, so what the fuck does that even mean? Like, your crime was justified. Like, no, like, it wasn't one. You defended yourself, you know, given the circumstances, at least, you know, from the vague elements of the story that she was implying there. I mean, so, huh? It's not a crime. You're defending yourself. That's not a crime. Like, that's legally defensible in court. Like, huh? I mean, it's mainly because you're a teenager, and frankly, also because you're probably a woman. It's mainly the reason why that you fucking got fucked over by the judicial system. On top of the fact that you had probably a stepdad that was or a dad that was a very abusive piece of shit. So, I mean, either way, like, it just sounded like, you know, a lot of very unfortunate fucked up circumstances that happened, you know, given your situation. And you're falsely accused of crime, considering the situation. So, that, at the end of the day, that ain't a crime. That's just you, unfortunately, being a victim in that case. I looked up. Jaywalking is legal statewide in Oregon. Oh, well, hey, well, there you go.
Committed.
At least if I jaywalk in front of a cop, they can't do shit.
How do you... Okay, so you understand it then. Like, you operate without understanding. Okay, Nicole's the only good cop, because she's no longer a cop, okay? I'm just saying, because, like, she's no longer...
Okay, so Nicole, this chick right here, who also had that Instagram page where Hubba Dubba, you know, was going on there for a second. I mean, like, so former cop, you know, at least, you know, to a certain extent, understands, like, the idea that, like, some crimes can be justified, even though, frankly, what she's really describing is falsely accused crimes, or maybe at least at the very minimal crimes of poverty, and like, and all that type of shit. I mean, you know, honestly, I mean, she really does kind of seem like the exceptional good cop here in this, you know, panel overall. I mean, overall, I mean, from what it sounds like, she still doesn't totally get it. But, I mean, she seems to understand it better than the rest of these fucking pigs, frankly. In general, pedestrians are free to cross any street in Oregon from any point so long they're not causing traffic hazard for vehicles. Which, I am very careful about doing that. So, yay! I'm legally good. That obviously doesn't apply to limit access highways like I-5 or 26. Well, yeah, obviously. You can also cross an intersection on any side, even if only one part is marked as a crosswalk, unless explicitly stated with a sign. Well, yeah. So, cool. Every time okay, so if a cop happens to be, you know, driving across the street while I'm fucking, you know, like, dude, oh my god! Dude, every time a cop is, you know, drove past my fucking work when I'm getting off work and shit, walking home, like, I would literally, like, I'm about to, like, jaywalk, and then I'll be like, oh, nope, let me, like, you know, like, walk back to the fucking sidewalk, you know, when a cop, you know, happens to be driving by. I do that all the time, and it's like, man, you know what? Fuck it. Like, you know what? Now that I know this, if I happen to, like, you know, jaywalk, and one of these motherfuckers wants to pull me over and harass me over it, I know the Oregon law now, and they can't fucking get me on that shit at all. If they want to, then I'm gonna shove a cactus up their ass in Minecraft.
And she's doing OnlyFans.
We know what you're doing, Hassan.
All I'm stating...
We know what you're doing. You
No.
spend a lot of time lingering on that Instagram.
All I'm stating
we saw it.
is that if you're no longer a cop...
to be horny here? Is it a crime?
It's not. It's not a crime to be horny here. But I wasn't even being horny. My point was this, okay? She's no longer She's no longer back in the blue, but she is definitely still back in the blue.
Down so bad.
No, ew, no, it's not like that. The point I was trying to make is this, okay? The point I was trying to make is this: as long as she's off the roads, as long as she's not a cop anymore,
you'll go on a date with her.
No. As long as she's no longer a cop anymore, I'm saying that's like
Annual cactile upgrade, not a bad idea. It definitely ain't.
One less cop off the streets. That's objectively a good thing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say because.
And instead of like fucking harassing minorities or you know brutalizing homeless people, she's like making an OnlyFans, which is technically again better than being a cop.
Of course, it's better.
It objectively is better being a cop. If like a former cop becomes the OnlyFans star, and you know what, even aesthetically uses like former career being a cop, in the, OnlyFans, you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm unironically okay with that. In fact, I actually want that. So.
There you go. That was my point.
There's a reason. There's a background. There's a story. There you go. There's circumstances that you have to find out. And us as police officers, that's our job, and we'll take it from there.
So none of you as officers stepped forward and felt like it was unjustifiable the minute that you put your badge on to commit a crime?
No.
Not one of you.
I feel like
She just asked for an instant.
Right. I feel like some things are justified for basic survival.
I'm just curious.
Wait, what? Some things are justified for basic survival? What does that even mean? Like, wait, so mag dumping on some bitch, because they might have quote unquote threatened your life, it's justifiable because of means of survival or some shit? Bullshit. Fuck that. Like, I mean, the whole idea of a cop is, frankly, at the end of the day, there is an element of risk where, hey, guess what? You have to put your life at jeopardy. Where your life, is supposed to step in the way of, it's step in the middle of danger, so, the pedestrians and citizens, that you're supposed to, protect, don't have to deal with that fucking violence. That's the idea. You're supposed to step into that type of shit. And if that means that your life is at risk, then so be it. That's a part of the job description. Why do you think when these mass shootings happen and all that type of shit, like every Uvalde, that like you're supposed to fucking put yourself at risk, but yet when that shit happens, y'all don't. So it's just like like the idea. Your job description is predominantly meant to put yourselves at risk. That's a part of it. Like, hey, guess what? Sorry, but every now and then you might. Frankly, you might die on your fucking job. That's a part of the risk. And guess what? Like, you signed up for the fucking job, so you should know that shit. That's a part of the contract that you signed there, bitch. Like, you got a fucking fraternity, fucking, association of union and shit. You got, the fucking police unions and shit to fucking back you with that. Like, you signed a contract. You know what's up. So, fuck off this shit. The whole point of being a police officer is every now and then, your life is at risk. You might not come back home at the end of your shift. That is a part of being a police officer, because you're supposed to step in and protect the community that you're supposed to be enforcing the law for. That's the idea. Every now and then, depending on the circumstances, you might not just come home. And you know what? That's a part of your job description. Sorry. Grow up. Get some balls. Grow a spine, bitch. That's how your job description is. And you know what? Most of the time, your job probably will never have that ever happen to you. That's the fucking truth about it. It's that, your job as a police officer, that will, frankly, 99% of the time, that will never happen. But that, frankly, at the end of the day, is a part of the job description that is a potential risk that you might have to fucking face. And you know what? Hey, that's a pretty exceptional, part of the contract, but you know what? You're the one who signed it, motherfucker. So, don't be putting these loopholes and corruptionary bullshit where you fucking little, unions and, your corrupt-ass fucking police unions and shit, get away with, just being able to, let y'all get, do whatever the fuck you want. and just like treat us like the thugs and shit, so y'all could be protected day in day out, and have like a little fucking pillowcase around you, like literally be surrounded by like a fucking like fortress of pillows, you know, like you're some child. It's like, fuck you. It's like, I mean, goddamn, be lucky that, I mean, you get funding for armored vehicles and body armor, because as far as I'm concerned, you never get any of that shit. Like, you would get, like, you know, fucking, you know, like, knife vests and shit. Like, you know, vests, you know, where you could protect yourselves from knives and stuff like that. You know, shit like that. But beyond that, you wouldn't be getting these armored vehicles and these former military, you know, APCs and shit. And these, like, hardcore fucking, like, you know, equivalent, you know, looking like a goddamn SWAT team and shit. Oh, hell no. You ain't getting any of that fucking shit. You get like a knife-proof vest, and that's all you're getting. Like, fuck this shit.
Way more self-awareness than I thought was going to be presented here.
To protect and serve my community, his community, your community, her community, and not one of you stepped forward. I was going to step forward and challenge it. I hesitated and went back because I wanted to rethink it. Not one of you felt like when you put on that badge and that tool belt that there was no justifiable reason to commit a crime because it'd be self-defense, right?
So some things are justified. Like I just said, basic survival. I deal with transients all the time, right? They go and steal something.
Oh, dude, that immediately.
I like hearing the cops like
say transient. Dude, it zaps my brain. When I hear that word, I'm like, it just, I hate it so much. It says infinitely more about you as a fucking sick freak than anything you have ever seen with your own two eyes that a homeless person has done. Okay? When I hear transient, I just know how fucking loaded that term is, and I know what that implies. Like, you're just saying they're not human at that point. Like, they're automatically a criminal that's violent and needs to be dealt with violent force.
Something. My department requires me to do something when somebody steals something. Now, do I think it's right? No, but he's hungry. It's my job, so I have to do something or I'm going to get fired. Can I pull out my car?
Really? Are you, though? Are you really going to get fired? You literally got a whole fucking police unit that protects you for literally any fucking criminal action that you fucking do. But, oh no, God forbid that you know, eschew and fucking let go somebody that, you know, happens to, you know, steal some food every now and then. Even though you get it. Nah, fuck you, dude. Like, bullshit. Like, this idea that, like, oh, well, you know, like, I understand the circumstances that they might be through, but I have to arrest them anyway because that's just my job. It's like, no. Like, there's been plenty of times where, like, you know, fucking police and shit have been able to, like, you know, not do any of that, or they don't have to arrest anybody, or fucking, you know, like, put anyone in jail or incarcerate anyone over some tiny menial misdemeanor level type of bullshit and shit, and just, like, you know, be able to be like, you know, essentially let them off of a warning. That's why there is the whole idea of like, hey, I let you off a warning. If we catch you again, then the punishment will be more severe. That's why the idea is there in place. Like, that's the whole point. It's like, hey, you know, we caught you doing this one time. Look, we understand, you know, it's like, you know, you're in a situation, but if we catch you again, it might be a little more severe. Just saying. Like, I mean, like, that's why that's there. That's why, you know, a lot of cops do that type of shit. And in fact, I mean, a lot of them tend to anyway, because, like, they don't necessarily want to go for a lot of the paperwork. And also, like, in a sense, it makes it a little bit more easier to kind of recidivize, you know, the type of people and put them in prison and shit, because, like, they're more likely to do the crime again, because if they're able to get away with it, they're going to try to push the edge. Like, it's kind of like a back and forth, you know, with how police, you know, do that type of shit. I see it a lot in my workplace and shit. And, of course, I see those people come back, steal some shit again, and, of course, cops come back and then actually arrest them and do all sort of bullshit. You know, it's like, I see it a lot. I mean, you know, and because it's kind of like the forte with them. Like, because it's an easy way to continue their fucking budget and make sure that they, you know, have a, you know, like, their funding and shit for the most part. And it's a way to keep the quota. It's a way to keep the quota up. I mean, so, they never give a fuck.
And pay for it? No, but I can't. My department doesn't allow me to do that, so I can't do that. I have to do something. They say, hey, I want him to go to jail. He's going to jail, based on what that person said. With your situation, if she would have taken it back to the officer, that's justified to me, right? In my eyes, yeah.
Quarter cops never even fire a gun. Well, yeah, because, like, I mean, like, there's no real reason to have it ever be fired and shit. In most circumstances, you know, for a lot of cops, you know, they don't have to, but unfortunately, you know, because of our current, you know, policing in this country and shit, a lot of them do. Though, at least there is, like, a quarter of cops that legit never will. And I will at least grant them this, they're at least better than most of their fucking compatriots when it comes to the fucking corrupt system and shit. Because they never had to fucking, you know, fire one, you know, round at all. So, I could at least grant them that. They didn't fucking have to shoot or kill anybody.
Now,
But they probably still partaked in, you know, some other element of the corrupt system regardless, though.
being justified and dealing with the consequences.
Historically, good dudes just
I'm
following
totally
orders.
accountable.
Yeah.
My years in prison made me 100% accountable for me and every action that I do and every thought that I make. So I've served federal and state prison. I have a parole until 2036 for narcotics.
God damn.
I've never hurt anybody. Nobody's ever overdosed from my drugs. I just got caught.
I got the good shit.
That's like, I got the good shit, no OD on my shit. Everyone, you know, I make sure I have return customers. You know what? Goddamn. Okay, well, that's alright. Damn. I mean, she probably got in touch with the mafia or some shit. Damn, son. Like, you know what? Alright, respect a little bit. I mean, hey, at least no one died from her shit. I'll grant her that. She's got the good shit.
Nobody's ever overdosed is pure stuff.
Reagan laws. I was raised in there. I've created my deepest friendships that I have in there. I've left women behind in there. The problem is that when I found myself in trouble since I've been home, the last number I would call is anything with a 11, 211, 411, or 911. My loss of faith and belief in the whole entire police community is gone.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They don't, because you're an ex-con, so they think that like you deserve it, or no, they think that like, of course you're not gonna call the cops. You're a criminal still. Like that's what their attitude is. 100.
Yep. Like, if you happen to be a part of the criminal justice system as a convict in some way, shape, or form, whether formally or even, you know, to an extent, even if you are, you know, still, like, you know, doing crimes and shit, like, cops don't give a fuck one way or another. They don't give a shit. Like, they're gonna literally still treat you like, I mean, basically the equivalent of, like, MS-13 or some shit. Like, they're gonna treat you like a fucking full-on criminal. Like, you know, you're basically peddling drugs or about, you know, to commit another fucking murder or some shit like that. Like, they don't give a fuck. I mean, when they see someone who's like, oh, and look up someone's name and see, oh, former convict, they think current convict. Criminal right now who's, you know, up to the next criminal scheme. That's what a cop thinks when they look somebody up who happens to be an ex-convict. Because the whole idea is that, you know, they want to uplift their quota so that they can make sure that the revisitation rate, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, criminals going back into the fucking prison and shit, or going, you know, or like people that might be ex-convicts or people that might have quote-unquote broken the law or not, you know, happen to be in the prison system and get institutionalized into the system. Like, I mean, these are what cops care about the most. Like, whether you happen to be formerly a part of that system or never been a part of that shit and happen to be, you know, like, you know, skirting against, you know, the status quo when it comes to, like, you know, the law and order, you know, with what cops enforce and shit, they will fucking harp on that shit day in, day out, and they will fucking, you know, like, you know, feed on that shit like a fucking, you know, blood, you know, in the sea like sharks. Like, I mean, like, they eat that shit right the fuck up. Because it helps, you know, build up their quota. I mean, that's the main reason why. I mean, that's why they, you know, fucking go into certain communities when it comes to, like, you know, when it comes to certain socioeconomic conditions for a lot of communities that happen to be very marginalized. Because a lot of the reason why is because they tend to, you know, do more quote-unquote crimes. And because of that, it's a lot easier to make them, you know, have revisitation rate, you know, when it comes to the prison system. Because they're more likely to be doing crimes. That's the main reason why. So they'll be patrolling and doing policing in those type of communities and those neighborhoods far more than the ones that don't. And it just continues the same reciprocal fucking cycle. And, I wonder why people critique policing in America so fucking much. Weird. odd.
I also just want to say, like, because the work that I do now, I specialize in parole, and I represent people who are going through the parole process. Parole, just remember, just because you're out of prison doesn't mean it's over for you.
Yeah.
And like, parole is a horrible thing. The constraints it can put upon a person. You know, they have to go every week, twice a week to an office. Well, they're also trying to maintain a job, and it's really hard to get a job if you're a felon, a convicted felon. Like, it will destabilize and create many problems in your life. And of course, if you have a little problem here.
Funny enough, I actually know a coworker myself personally that is actually just about to finish his probation and rehab and stuff, like, because he's going for classes right now, and I think it's after sometime basically around June, like at the end of June, or at the beginning of June, at the end of May, like he's gonna be finally be done being on parole and stuff like that, and can finally go to bars and smoke weed and stuff like that. And and like the main reason why is because he went for a rough patch and went into some narcotic type of stuff a little bit, and like obviously he's delving into that fucking lifestyle again. But, he's kind of, thought about, like, the stoner slash, kind of like the bar life a little bit. And he wants to kind of get back into that a little bit. And he's finally about to, get back into a situation where he can get into that again. And, I mean, that's kind of the sad thing about, like, our current policing, too. Is just that, like, if someone happens to be caught, like, or happens to be going for, like, probation on certain things and shit, they literally cannot have, like, anything when it comes to like a certain when it comes to vices and shit. It's like if you happen to be caught like doing like old boys stuff, well, guess what, like literally nothing is allowed for you, even when it comes to things like alcohol and shit, even things that are very normalized and stuff. It's just like, I mean, really? I mean, it's like I mean, I feel like like when it comes to certain circumstances, or at least case by case basis, I mean, I feel like there can be at least certain exceptions, or at least certain like rulings made when it comes to like people's treatment, or at least people's like upliftment when it comes to like like what they got to deal with. And when it came to like my coworker that I know that's on probation right now, like when it came to things like marijuana or alcohol, things like that, like that it wasn't the issue. It was when he went down a bad path when it came to things like opioids. Like, so him and being totally and utterly prohibited from things like marijuana and things like alcohol, I mean, at least especially for the alcohol point, like, I mean, as much as that it's not like it should be a big deal, but like it kind of is almost a little bit, because like especially for the marijuana aspect, I mean, that's how a lot of people kind of wean themselves away from things like opioids. It's how they get away from things like, when it comes to these more harder substances. So, like, to do, like, this whole, like, probation program where, like, you can't have fucking nothing at all, it's just, like, kind of a little absurd. Like, this, like, I mean, it should be more based on, like, case by case, where it's, like, if you're doing certain substances and, on probation for that, then maybe a certain exception to kind of keep you and wean you away from that, from those other substances and shit, is probably a good idea. I mean, because, like, I mean, like, it just seems like, like a better outcome almost. It's like, I mean, in a way, it's like, to, like, get away from someone's bad behavior, you want to try and incentivize good behavior. So whenever you see, good, it's kind of like, almost like, training like a canine, or like, or trying to at least like upraise, someone who might be a child. It's like, you want to upraise, and like uplift, elements, that are positive, and enforce, those type of behaviors, but show that like, hey, these negative behaviors are not, good, and these are bad, and there might be punishments, when it comes to those type of things. But when it comes to positive behaviors, you want to reinforce that. And when it comes to like, positive behaviors, or at least, at least at minimum, at least, neutral behaviors, that are able to, be, at least better in comparison to negative behaviors you have, you want to reinforce that. And if like someone's negative behavior into opioids is better than someone's neutral and better behavior in comparison to like alcohol or weed or something like that, I mean, I would argue that reinforcing the, marijuana slash like other behaviors is probably a little better. So I mean, it's like at the end of the day, like, you know, like whatever people's vices are and shit. I mean, it shouldn't really inherently be a criminal issue. I mean, fundamentally, it's a medical issue. I mean, that's what it fundamentally is. Like, when it comes to these problems, you know, if someone has, like, an issue when it comes to, like, substance abuse, that's a medical issue. That's an issue when it comes to their fucking health. Not, like, a criminal issue and shit. Like, that ain't the problem. The problem is, like, their fucking, health and their, the medical issues, when it comes to that, fundamental issue. Like, it ain't, like, some sort of, like, oh, it's, like, who's fucking peddling it, like, that ain't it. Because, like, I mean, if that really is the case, then let's look at the pharmaceutical industry. Let's look at, like, these weird snake oil salesmen that, are able to get away and circumnavigate the fucking FDA and shit and legally sell snake oil and shit to people. Like, I mean, let's start fucking looking at those motherfuckers, but we never do on that. So, let's at least, look at some of the more, like, core medical aspects of these type of things. What? What? What are you staring at me for? Fucking hoe.
Oh, you curfew, blah blah blah. All of a sudden, you end up back upstate. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's crazy. 2036. Think of how many years that is.
Yeah, no, it's unjustifiable. It is so undesirably cruel. It is so inhumane.
Where you were was never justified.
If you look at justifiable, no, I was greedy. I was taught to hustle.
But why did you start?
Because I was hungry.
You were justified, but you're still going to get arrested. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't justify it. I'm accountable. See, there's a difference. You can't.
That's not what I'm saying. I understand where you come from, but I'm still going to arrest you. I'm still going to do my job.
Because this is a job.
Yeah, I'm still going to do it. So I understand your story.
I'm still doing it.
But you're still going to.
I understand your story, bro, but hey, guess what? I'm going to arrest you and fuck you over anyway. I mean, it's like... I mean, look, I mean, honestly, like, I mean, what she was saying is like, hey, what I was doing was a hustle, but hey, why did I start that? Because I was hungry? That's not a hustle. That was desperation. Like, I mean, desperation, because you're hungry is not inherently a hustle. And that's also not inherently, like, a crime, as far as I'm concerned. That's a problem in an indictment of the system, because of the problems with the socioeconomic conditions that, failed you because, you're unable to, gain, comfortable access, to food and your basic necessities. And you have a fucking pig that is willing to fucking, say, hey, I understand the situation, but I'm gonna arrest you anyway over the fucking slight indictment that you fucking might have stole food or sold drugs to somebody or some shit. So it's just like, I mean, fundamentally, like, it's all an indictment on the system. It's not like, this idea that, like, oh, well, I'm just doing it for the hustle. It's like, you're doing it for desperation. It wasn't a hustle.
That's what I'm saying. Is it justified? I get it. You were hungry. You had to do what you had to do. You had to do what you had to do to survive. I get it. But you're still going to jail.
You're sick.
So how does that fucking help that person who's trying to survive and fucking, feed themselves at the end of the day? You pig. Because it doesn't. That jeopardizes their life further and fucks them over even more and makes it less likely for them to be able to feed themselves, later in their fucking life, you piece of shit. Like, that doesn't, do anything good for them. Like, just because you understand and quote-unquote, like, validate their fucking, backstory and their idea doesn't mean that you're doing them any favors just because you're still gonna arrest them or some shit. Like, I mean, give me a break. Like, I mean, fuck off with this weird, like, pseudo-empathetic bullshit.
Yeah.
No, I get it, but you need to go to jail right now.
No, like, what's happening with this guy? Like,
I get it, but you need to go to jail right now, and if you fucking pipe up against me at all, I might just fucking magged up ya. But look, just saying, bro, I get it. I understand your background, bro, but I just might magged up ya. I might just kill you right now.
Was he like this, or did the police force, like, basically, whip him into this thing that...
I feel like the police indoctrinated him into this, but, I mean, I feel like he probably was like this before that.
I don't understand it.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because for this guy, it feels like you're watching him experience cognitive dissonance. You know what I mean? Like, he's...
Yeah. 100%.
He's like, but you do have to go to jail, and that is my job. And it's like, you can't, thread the needle or whatever.
I understand your situation, but I need to do violence to you now. Yeah, that's literally what he said. He's like, oh, you're hungry? Sorry. He's still going to jail.
I do, but...
It's insane.
Doing a job that the department told you to do.
Right.
You just said that, would you want it to come out your pocket to probably feed the person that was stealing something because they're hungry? Because in your humanity, you know what it's like to be hungry.
Agreed.
But in your job, you know that if you don't do what you're told, and the procedures and stuff, that you're going to get in trouble. You probably lose that job, and that's not something you want to do because you also have to feed your family and feed yourself, right?
Absolutely.
So I think we can all agree, some of you have good intentions, and you go in with that. But it's a department that has a culture of violence. You can't help but to pick up some of those traits.
Wait, I disagree with you, actually.
I mean, like, I feel like that's a little bit of a mixture of cocaine and la sauce. Like, I feel like there are legitimately, some cops that probably go in there with good intentions but become complicit with the system. But there's a lot of cops that go in there that genuinely go in there knowing what the system is like and want to continue to perpetuate that, due to their own reasons, whatever they might be, whether personal or, because, like, oh, those damn blacks, or whatever the fuck their fucking meaning, or reasoning is. Like, there most certainly is a little mixture of both going on with that. But this idea that, like, oh, well, I kind of understand that you might have good intent. It's like, look, I get it, but at the end of the day, it don't fucking matter. It really doesn't, sadly. Like, regardless if a cop, becomes a cop because of good intentions or not, it doesn't matter. If they become a complicit with the system or they enforce it because that's what they, advocate for and shit, and that's what they really want, then it doesn't really matter now, does it? Like, they become, the same fucking issue now, like, at the end of the day now, don't they? Like, they become, the same corrupt problem, just like the rest of these fucking pigs. So, how is it, like, some sort of, like, well, look, hey, it's an exceptionary thing. I can understand that some cops can, be in their good time. It's like, hey, sadly, as much as I want it to be the truth, it really ain't.
I disagree with you.
Or you think some of them do have good intentions?
I think, look, it's a cultural, it's so cultural. It's so cultural, don't you think?
I'm going back real quick. I'll be right back.
I understand. Yes, people
I'm
do
too
join.
sincere for you.
No, I know. People do join the... No. People do join the police force thinking that they're, like, actually going to protect and serve. There is certainly a lot of media that reflects that false notion. So they, like, literally think that is the case. And then they get, I think they get captivated by, like, the blue life mentality, or, like, the
camaraderie.
The camaraderie, the
warrior, warrior.
Yeah,
stuff.
all of that. Like, there's just so much, brainwashing that's occurring as well. And then that blue brotherhood just, like, kicks in, and then you're just doing it. You're doing it. Doesn't matter if you started off.
I don't forgive them.
It doesn't matter if you started out with good intentions. I say the same thing about veterans as well. Like, it's the same principle, if not even worse, because, like, the idea that, like, veterans are, like, protecting America is, the honorable thing to do. Like, all this shit is, like, so permanently a part of, like, our understandings as a society that, people join, especially the recruitment practices are super predatory as well, even worse than cops in that regard. So I get it. Like, you just get caught up in it.
Criminals who commit violent felonies don't deserve certain legal rights.
You know what? I'm sorry, I can't do this.
Oh man,
it's not making any sense. The questions that don't make sense.
Sorry.
I can't really get my point across.
Good for him, man. Honestly.
I
He's saying, like, these are incredibly suggestive questions, which are super fucking loaded and kind of bullshit. That's like his life. Yeah. Obviously, those in the power position here don't give a fuck.
Right.
But those who are powerless in the face of the system, well, their situation is going to be a little bit different. Now, we consume this Jubilee content all the time, and this happens all the time. Sex workers versus, like, incel perverts. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that, like, this dude was like, what the fuck is this shit?
I totally understand.
After a felon is released, should they not get rights? Otherwise, they mean that people inherently don't believe in the correctional process.
Yeah.
Bro, being released. I think I think felons should have. I think
why don't they get the right
people
to
who
vote
are
in prison?
Yeah, people who are in prison should have rights. It's fucking insane that they don't.
I mean, no shit. I mean, it's just like, at the very minimal, they should at least have, like, you know, voting rights and shit like that. So, yeah. Hot take. Oh, shocker. Yeah, people that might be incarcerated, you know, should probably have, like, you know, some basic rights, including, like, voting rights and stuff. Like, wow. Such a horrible, horrible fucking take. But apparently, listen, our status quo, it is. Like, I mean, like, they literally try to get, like, you know, like, I remember back in 2016, they tried to get Bernie over the fact that, like, you know, he advocated for something like that, and they're like, oh, so you want the Boston Bomber to fucking, you know, have voting rights? So it's like, hey, you know what, like, you know what, he's like one minuscule little fucking voice in comparison to like like hundreds of millions of fucking voices. Like, I mean, what? Like, I mean, is he, you know, gonna, like, you know, change the influence of, like, you know, politics? No, he ain't. So, like, what irrelevant bullshit fucking point. It's so stupid.
The other side. Step forward if you agree.
Sorry, let's continue. This is actually a really good video. I'm sorry that I'm like
part of their job to put.
Wait, do you need water? Oh, wait, hold on.
Fear in us, but they shouldn't. You know, every time, just for a traffic ticket or just being stopped on the street, it was always like guns drawn right away. You know, and every time they point their guns at me, especially towards my back when I'm not even looking, like it just gives me this fear. Like, and then not only that, they like to manhandle you. They like to like grip on your knuckles when they already know the procedure. I spread my legs and I try to do everything right, and they still try to manhandle you each time. They try to like hold you so you can react and do something. It's like that. It's like their job is to incriminate us. And for every traffic ticket,
even structurally speaking, okay, handcuffs are created to contort your body in a way that it does not want to be in. Okay, if you get handcuffed behind your back, it's a very, very uncomfortable situation, and you automatically, like, you physically snap back at it. Okay, almost every part of like police.
Yep, you really honestly do. Like, I mean, I remember when I was arrested and shit, like, I was literally forced to the fucking ground, and, like, I mean, immediately after that, my hands were right behind my back, and all that shit. And, I mean, yeah, it wasn't exactly very fucking comfortable. Like, I mean, I had, like, some urges and wanted to, like, yeah, snap back a little bit and shit, but obviously I didn't, because that probably would have made things a little worse. I mean, not like it would have made a difference in my outcome overall, but it's, like, I kind of knew what would have happened if I decided to be like, what the fuck, and try to, like, you know, resist on that shit. And, yeah, I wasn't really, you know, wanting to, you know, see the results of that.
Detention techniques revolve around what they call pain compliance, which is, you know, it can get really fucked up and, like, actually hit, like, nerve points and shit like that. But basically, every part of the police apprehension techniques are basically incredibly violent, and your body, even if you don't want to do something, even if you don't want to react, you end up reacting because your body's not supposed to fucking contort that way. So then they can justify further brutalizing you and beat the shit out of you, which they often do. Anyway, so just remember that. That's why whenever they are fucking yelling like, stop resisting, half the time no one is actually resisting, and they're trained to say that so that onlookers think that this person deserves to be violently brutalized. But also on top of that, you know, even if the cop genuinely thinks that this person is resisting, they think that because the guy is just a human, a normal human.
I always had my driver license, my insurance, so every time they will come at me, I'll start cursing them out. Like, that was me. That was my whole, from ever since I turned 18 till I was like 30, I was just cursing them out every chance I get, and I'll love it because they'll give me a ticket each time, and I'll be like, okay, like, I don't care, like, I'm paying for my freedom, and that was the cost of my freedom. But I did fear for my life each time. Every time, like, they manhandle me and talk down to me, all I would think about was my kids. Like, damn, if my kids wanted to see how these people act, because my kids look up to me, but to see the cops like act this way and then laugh about it, you know, who are these people? Like, they bring fear to the community. They don't bring any peace or nothing. Like,
I want to go home to see my children, so I don't necessarily fear the other side. I just fear what could happen if I let my guard down while I'm doing my job. That's it. Once you start off aggressive, I kind of have to match that, because in the back of my head, why are you being aggressive? I have to understand.
Oh, why are you being aggressive to me, a cop, bro? Like, are you that fucking dense? Like, I mean, do you have that much cognitive dissonance? Like, seriously? It's probably because due to the fucking historical hostility that police have had, you know, against literally everybody that they fucking, you know, police against. Could it be that?
Or, I don't know, maybe because you're like a fucking psychopath with an arsenal of weapons and also no legal setbacks if you use them on someone. No professional setbacks if you use them on someone, and no legal hurdles that you need to clear either. So I feel like that kind of is terrifying. I try to explain this to people all the fucking time. I'm like, when people are just so conditioned to being like, cops are here to protect us, the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, dude, what do you mean? 86% of cops are Republican, first and foremost. So just remember that. So you have a group, you have an armed, organized...
And what's it, like, you know, 60% of cops beat their wives? So, like, I mean, like, 60% of them are domestic abusers, so, like, huh. Pretty strong correlation now, isn't there?
Are like barely trained, but have all of the fucking arsenal on the planet with no legal repercussions if they use it on you. Why wouldn't you be afraid? Like, you have a gun. This person I'm talking to has a fucking gun and has his hand on it. Why wouldn't I be afraid?
For some reason, I don't want to die. I don't want you to die, and we just meet in the middle right there.
Back then, I would hope a car.
So that's the guy who literally has the legal jurisdiction to literally fucking magged up their entire goddamn Glock into a motherfucker. Bullshit, buddy.
Kids them or something, because the cops will come out with their guns drawn. It wasn't even know, like, I'll just be spooked, and once they come to me, I'll be like, you motherfucker, like, I'll just go off on them.
Me in my younger days, like, I'd never just pointed my gun for no reason, but I was, you know, whoa. Now it's like, oh, okay.
I mean, it's just interesting how
now it's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll pull my gun out because, you know, I never know, you know what I mean? Like, what? In your younger days you wouldn't, but nowadays you would? Huh. I wonder why people look at cops with such hostility, you fucking ignoramus. You goddamn Luddite. Fucking Mongol piece of shit.
Back then, man. I think you guys decided to come and show that you do have fear, but I don't think you guys really fear us, you know, the way we fear you. You keep saying that it's not you, and he's in the...
First of all, again, the dynamic is so insane. Like, to describe that is so wild. I don't know how or why we would even need to do so. You have a gun. I don't. You can use that gun and not get in trouble. I don't have a gun to begin with, but if I did and I used it, I would definitely get in trouble. The dynamic is very clear to me. I don't know why it's not clear to anyone else for some reason that don't understand it. Like, even if you are a law-abiding citizen...
Because they're cops? That's the main reason why?
Even if you are a cop lover, if you will, it's still perfectly fucking reasonable to be a little tense in a situation where the dude in front of you is armed to the fucking gills, you know, willing to use it, willing and able to use it, with no accountability whatsoever.
Keep saying that's not him, so who is it? Nobody?
If it's black and white, do I fear you? No, I don't even know you to fear you. I signed up for the fact that one day...
What does that even mean? I don't even know you to fear you? Like, I mean, like, for a lot of cops, that's even more reason to fear somebody. Like, that's why they're so fucking gun-ho to fucking pull the gun at you there, you goddamn motherfucker. Like, I mean, goddamn fucking cognitive distance left and fucking right with this piece of shit, dude.
I'm gonna get shot, and 20 plus years ago, I couldn't agree with you more. I totally understand that brutality and how we treat people. We treat them like I get that. Fast forward 25 years ago, because of all that treatment that we did, now you have ambushes, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Where suspects, you know, people are coming up to cops and just executing them. And
dude,
it's happening every day.
Yeah, literally, like, every day these days. Like, you know what? Like, there's, like, a video, like, all the time. Every fucking day of the week. Where a cop is just getting fucking executed by, like, you know, some criminal gangbanger, man. Like, every day of the week. Like, that's just happening all the time, man. Every time. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, seriously? Like, I mean, that's not even fucking factual at all. Like, I mean, for every time there's like a cop killer, like there's more times where cops are fucking doing more brutality and corruption and fucking, you know, oppressing other people and shit, you know, for like what in the fuck? Like, are you serious? What is, I don't even know how to respond to that.
So crazy.
It's happening.
Well, Nicole.
I know. Well, that's why she's.
Nicole, luckily, is able to, like, you know, John Wick her situation out of it. But, like, yeah, she does gun kata, I hear. It's crazy. Marlon is supposed to be a spokesman for the police here. And I have heard him only bring up Uvalde as a way to defend cops.
Smartest
famously.
cop.
Yeah,
Smartest
literally.
cop.
Famously. What?
I mean, dude, dude, this Marlon motherfucker has unironically has mentioned Uvalde as a way to defend cops more than, like, anyone I think I've ever heard of before. Like, dead ass.
Best moments for the entire American police force. And then just routinely say, like, oh, dude, they're doing, like, ambushes all the time on cops. They're just executing them all the time.
And, you know, so when the prompt says, you know, do I fear the other side? Well, yeah, I mean, the other side is someone who wants to take my life out and doesn't even know me.
This kid.
Yo, yeah, like the average citizen, you know, the average populace, they just want to take you the fuck out, dude. They just want to, like, any chance they can, yeah, they want to ambush you and fucking whack you, dude. The average citizen and the average person, you know, when it comes to, you know, the people that you're supposed to be enforcing law with and shit and protecting and serving, yeah, those motherfuckers, yeah, they're out there to fucking just, like, whack you. They're out there to fucking ambush you and literally mag dump their fucking AK-47 right into your fucking face, dude. Like, that is exactly what the hell is going on. Like, dude, are you kidding me? Dude, the unhinged, detached reality, dude. Like, this is, like, detached from fucking reality. Like, this idea that, like, oh, we need to just be prepared, blah, 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 blah. It's like, for what? Like a traffic stop, you son of a bitch? Like, I mean, you're not gonna get fucking shot or, like, executed or some shit because there's, like, cop kills on every block. Like, what in the fuck are you talking about, you savage? I mean, that's just insane. This, like... Oh my god, man. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Like,
He's just making shit up, basically.
Well, not only is he making shit up, but he might genuinely actually believe the psychotic nonsense that he's spewing, which is really terrifying. And basically
probably
shows
does.
you why they're so fucking quick to be violent. And the warrior training paired along with all this, obviously, is...
I mean, he probably has been indoctrinated by the whole killology courses that, you know, have been spreading for police departments for over the years. Like, I mean, unironically... Like, this guy is probably legitimately, like, someone who's been indoctrinated. This thumb-headed motherfucker. Not only been born and raised into conservatism and shit, but, you know, it's probably, you know, like, you know, been indoctrinated in the whole killology, you know, when it comes to, you know, that type of shit that, you know, police get trained into. So, I mean, that probably is likely, you know, what happened to him. Oh, come on.
Further justification. They're constantly getting fed this, like, line that they are under attack all the time. They're the sheepdogs and the wolves are coming. And they're fucking terrified. They're pussies. They're cowards.
And I suppose that's a consequence of what happened decades ago where we did treat people like...
I just had to say this. Just to be clear, what we're hearing right now, this...
A consequence? Like, oh yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of this whole violent action stuff, that's just a consequence of, like, you know, what happened, you know, as a result of, like, our policing, you know, against, you know, people and oppressing them and shit. It's like, dude, the guy's literally a fucking psycho.
Right? And it's just triggering.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And so what we're going off of our reality, what's happened and what continues to happen. It causes us as human beings to become defensive. It causes us to become protective. It causes us to become things that we're not.
But
we weren't born to. And it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
Exactly.
Like, I should not have to stay inside my house and become an introvert. And it's like, why can't I enjoy my freedoms? I'm a tax-paying American. I mean, I know I'm a felon and I can't have certain, you know, rights, but when does my fear of you guys impede me from living my life as a free American?
I'm only 30 years old, so I mean,
honestly, considering that he sounds like he really, like, is trying to like, you know, basically, you know, shape himself out, you know, like, you know, better, you know, for his life and shit. Like this idea that his, you know, freedoms, you know, despite trying to be a free American, are being impeded because he used to be a fucking, you know, a felon and shit, is bullshit. Like, I mean, it really is. Like, this really needs to be something that needs to be, you know, like, systematically changed. Like, the idea that felons or, like, former convicts and shit like that, you know, just simply, you know, have certain rights revoked because of that is bullshit. It really is. Especially if they're, like, you know, former convicts or ex, you know, like, convicts and shit. You know, they're no longer in the fucking prison system. It's like, I mean, at that point, then what, why? I mean, you know, at that point, you know, for all intents and purposes, they're quote-unquote rehabilitated in society. So, what's the issue? Why is that a fucking problem? It shouldn't be. Like, I mean, like, even if they happen to be in a fucking, you know, jail or prison still, I mean, so what? I mean, they should still be able to partake in, you know, society in a sense of, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, voting and shit like that. I mean, fuck it. Seriously. Like, why not? Like, oh no, like, you know, their fucking opinion might, you know, be, like, you know, contradictory to mine, so, ooh, you know, we can't have that? Is that really it? Because, grow up. Fucking, you know, suck it up, bitch. I mean, it's like, good lord.
The consequences of what people have done in the past.
That guy's 30.
But it's like, I'm
God
not like
damn.
that. So it's like, hey.
Dude, being a police is not good on the body.
I get the trauma, but it's also like, I'm trying to change it. Allow me to change it.
You know what? I do have to say something like the cops from
Marlon's like, I'm 24. Yeah, I feel you, man. I'm 24 years old.
Fresh out of the academy.
Fresh out of the academy,
bro. Yo, dude, lay off the donuts, buddy boy. Holy
90s
shit.
are very different from the new cops because now they got a whole bunch of different races. Before, it was mostly whites. Yeah, so that's what I had to deal with in the 90s. But now it's a little different, I could say that.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
I agree with this gentleman here.
I mean, because, you know, like, having less white people and police, you know, departments makes it better, I guess. Because guess what? It doesn't. At all.
Racist.
The job has danger factors.
That's why they're over policing.
That's right. They know
cops
racist.
Because cops hate racism. They hate when others do it. They're like, that's our thing. What the fuck are you doing? Stay in your lane, criminal. Only we get to do it.
Across people out in the field and patrol, I didn't fear them because I treated them with the utmost respect, and I treated them the way I would want my family to be treated if they were on the other end being stopped. They had arrestees after going to the jail and processing, get them food, whatever. A handful would say, you know what, thank you for treating me with the utmost respect.
I honestly,
No one ever said
I
that.
live in anxiety
Yeah, literally, no one ever.
every day.
r/that happened. That's like r/that happened Reddit post right there. Like, oh my god. Like, really? Yeah, nah. That did not happen, bro.
Every time I see a black and white cop
I
car,
get it.
every time I see
I
red
get
and blue
it.
lights,
I totally
a
get it.
uniform, I hear a little too much keys. I hear I just don't, you know, little noises that come with your guys' uniform. I sat up here for 15 minutes and was going to turn around because I did not want to be in a room with 4 people that wore that badge.
Stop. Someone said Leonard is 32 years old. You're a fucking liar. Stop. No.
And it's come to that much of a broken trust because I am the most friendliest human that you'll meet. I trust everything, even a stranger walking. As soon as I see a uniform, I'm totally guarded, and I live in anxiety because of it. Me, with my parole, I could show license, registration, insurance with a smile. Oh, why you got a parole till 2036? Step out of your vehicle. Next thing you know, my little tiny belongings are on the side of the curb and it's not even getting put back together. And then I'm late for work. Now I got to explain to a job that hired a felon why I'm late because someone had a pissy day and they saw that I had a parole date. If you don't know my trauma, I don't expect you to evaluate it. But I don't expect a tough tone either. Because it might trigger me and then we both gonna be all types of bitches. You know, like,
Totally.
you know?
Totally get you.
So,
What I want to know is how you guys feel about this.
Hey, you bald-headed fuck? No, you don't.
Scared of you guys.
I hate it because how do I engage that? I don't know. I guess I have to continue to ask questions this and that third. But I'm like, why the hell? I'm just talking to you. Like, if
I love saying this and that in the third.
It's like the fifth
I've
time.
never heard that before, and now I've heard it too many times. The
This
first
and
time I
that
heard
in
it was
third.
too many times.
So, like I said, if you were,
I mean, I will admit, I never heard that either.
animal in the corner for so long before they fight back. But I think that's what the police wants. I think that they want a war. They want us to fight back, because I wanted to fight back so long until I realized I wasn't that person, and I had to just go my way, like follow the path that God gave me, and I had to leave that alone. But I did have a earlier path that I was gonna follow. But it's like, you know, the cops. It's like you guys make yourself our enemy.
I don't enjoy conflict.
Well, I'm telling you, we're all scared of you. Everybody I know is scared of the police.
When you interact with me or with any of you guys, I'm gonna understand who you are as a person.
Now that I know she's not a fucking cop and just only doing OnlyFans, like everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Okay, she's just fucking she's just like she's LARPing, dude. What the fuck? She was like a.
I mean, I feel like honestly a lot of it is because maybe she is genuinely probably like one of the rare exceptions of like at least at minimal a neutral cop, where they're like kind of okay but not like the best or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? I kind of feel like that's probably why. Like she was kind of like one of the neutral cops, and just I guess due to her looks became an OnlyFans star. So
for a day.
Whatever. More power to her.
Everyone was putting guns to my head.
And it kind of goes back to what he had said about match energy with energy, you know?
But if that was the case, I mean, we don't really fear you. We don't.
Astrology.
We're not scared. I'm not scared of you one bit. If I had a gun, we could both go at it. We'll do a duel or something like that. And
That's awesome. What the fuck?
We don't have guns. We don't have knives. Like you guys think we're ninjas, that we're just gonna throw a knife or a fork and it's gonna land in your eye, and then you guys. That's not how we live. That's not the reality that we live.
That badge gives you guys all the power.
What community are you from? Because I hear twang.
Tennessee.
Okay, so where do you police?
Tennessee.
You police in Tennessee? So
no, she doesn't. She doesn't.
Yeah. Oh my god. So she like like patrols like some Tennessee county or some shit. Cause I'm out in fucking Tennessee. I tell you what. Like. Wow. Why am I not surprised?
He's lying, which is, of course, very cop-like of her to lie, as always. At least she's not lying on the stand, you know what I mean? Also known as test-lying. So commonplace that police have a term for it, okay? Just think about how common that must be. That there is a literally known term for lying on the stand called test-lying in the police force.
Do you police in the community you grew up in?
Not surprised.
I do.
Okay, so out here in LA, it's pretty different. Okay, our police, like the beat, they might live there for 25, 30 years and live over here now because they've made it out.
Well, they never live there, actually. They just live in edge towns that have nothing to do with the communities that they're police.
Yeah, I mean, because like even for the Portland Police Bureau, it's like 90%, of like the police, don't live in Portland. So
ever. They always live in the same fucking neighborhoods. Yeah, they all live in Simi Valley.
Or they might actually come from somewhere they wanted to police.
A little.
But they send them around.
Good.
So a big factor is that badge that you put on, you took a responsibility to know that I don't trust you. We can have commonalities. I probably can't have a commonality with you even if you said that it was your passion. Other than if we could get to the way above you, because you're like the bottom of the trickle effect of the system. Mm-hmm. I need friends way up there.
Yeah.
Once you put on that uniform and that badge, for me, I'm on guard no matter who you are.
You're 100% right.
Sure.
We have a lot of work to do. Shows like this, us coming together and having this dialogue, it's only going to try to get us.
He's like, I'm going to think twice before
Oh my god, I hate this guy.
assaulting a homeless person. Like, I'm still going to do it, but I'm going to think twice before I do it.
My wife is still in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, when I get home, I will be releasing all of my frustrations on her.
I'll make sure I have a couple beers and then beat my wife because I'm one of the fucking 40 to 60% cops that beat their wives. That's right, brother.
The inevitable divorce court that's coming my way.
Not only just the middle ground, but to treat each other as humans. We have a lot of work to do. I totally get it.
I agree.
I mean, I guess I do agree with that. There's a lot of work to do, but not because of the cops. But, hi. Man, what a fucking trip. What a roller coaster. Hi. But I am definitely worn out as fuck and definitely want to grab some food. So I think I'll call it good for the rest of the evening. So peace out. Of course, I should be back around for the next one. So toodaloo.